as I'm in the midst of applying for...
Hey, it's Shapes, and welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. Oh, focus. Ah. A bit of a rush. I wanted to start at 6, and it is 6. And that's because I had to move my car from lifted the parking ban. Literally just was lifted this morning, and I didn't move it until just now. And if I didn't move it until after stream, it would have been way late, and I might have gotten a ticket. So thankfully I didn't get a ticket. but thanks for all for coming in. We're finishing M, boys and girls, and non-binary. Oh! What? I didn't realize it could do that. No, that's the... Okay. That's funny. Sorry, hold on. Holy crap. I meant to pop out chat, and I was just it was just muscle memory. Lol, sorry, hold on. That's funny. Okay, that's better. Okay. Hello, one of the Lucario fan. Yeah, don't need to be a traitor to Trixie or nothing. Hello, hope you're doing well. Hello, Oscar. Hello, Greg. Trixie just wrapped up stream. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. Say less then. And if people show up, then they show up. All right. Cool. We're literally doing it. I'm not fucking around this time. I totally forgot to put the music back on. Okay. I think it should be good now. All right. It's time. Where are we at? Momiji. I didn't look ahead, really. I didn't have any time today. I've just been working all day. And then I was very appreciative for Trixie streaming, Trixie and Bird. Bird doing the visuals, but I didn't need the visuals. I was just listening. As I worked on some discotheque stuff. Got a nice, gosh, not 12 hours, but like 8, maybe a good 8 hours, 9:45 to 5:45. And I was playing, and like the whole day I was like, at the end, it's like 5:45, around that time, let's fucking go. M is being vanquished before the end of this month. Hope you guys had a good month, all things considered. Good evening. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you too, Victor. Okay. Momo. We're starting right off. Like less than 5 minutes into the stream, and we're already in it. There's no time to lose. Because, I mean, we're probably streaming for like 4 hours or something. We streamed 4 hours last time. Not this time. We're going quick. Maybe the music levels are good. Can never tell with this Cold Steel. I'm here for an hour, then I have to go work meetings. Had some management changes at work. And I can now say that I do YouTube live streaming full time. Damn! You don't say. That's pretty sweet. Alright. I'm not sure. I'm sure you guys don't know this one, so I'm not reading it. Huh? Right away? You can't come out swinging like that. It's not the worst thing. Any of you familiar with Highway to Heaven? 'Cause I'm not. I need to look up the synopsis to Highway to Heaven first. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. It's an American fantasy drama television series. Who cares? Is a probationary angel sent to Earth to help people in need. In the course of an assignment, he meets Mark, an embittered retired policeman now bouncing from job to job. At first, distrustful of who cares? Volunteers to assist Jonathan. Feel it held in the company, and the boss approves. Jonathan and Mark are given assignments where they help troubled souls overcome their problems. Momo, the girl god of death. I'll move you over here. Momo, an attractive girl clad in gothic clothes as a classier, prettier version of the Grim Reaper, assisted by her talking cat Daniel. That is funny that... Oh, okay, I thought Daniel was one of the two guys here. Daniel, she interferes in the lives of humans. Her mission is supposedly only to do so at the time of their deaths, when she collects their souls, but Momo is often tempted to other duties, including helping people. Highway to Heaven, but with a scythe. Based on, like, Kensuke Hasegawa. Okay. I just want to keep a track of the, these, like, reducing one thing to another in the dismissive category. I'm sure it's just a joke, but like, just stood out to me is all. I'm gonna go like that. I'm just moving some stream stuff. Okay. I've read that one, that one, that one, that one. Okay. Let's read this one out loud. The Eagles. The Eagles are coming. Okay. After a moodily shot-down launch from a carrier, the hero Momotaro's animal warriors set off on a bombing mission against Demon Island. They save a lost eagle chick en route and are rewarded for their kindness on the return journey, when the eagle's grateful mother rescues 3 downed pilots and returns them to their waiting shipmates. Momotaro's Sea Eagles was the state of the art in Japanese animation in 1943 and remains a richly layered historical document. I need to make sure I'm standing upright. I'm not standing. I'm not that short, guys. Just to make sure I'm not like that, And remains a richly layered historical document. Despite anthropomorphized funny animals, its scenes of Navy life often have a documentary edginess, while the soundtrack contains samples from propaganda hits of the day. There are coded messages in everything from the Morse flashes from ships to the semaphore signal ears of a rabbit technician, to the battle flag of Admiral Togo, a Z signal raised to signify that the fate of the Empire rests upon this battle. Seo and his assistant Mochinaga blew much of their production budget on the detailed takeoff and landing sequences, leaving little time for the central narrative of the film itself to make it leaving little time for the central narrative of the film itself and making it somewhat oddly paced. That's a weird choice to me. It's a bit of a nitpick, but like, do you see it? Did you notice how? Obviously, it's hard because you're listening to it, but I'll read that again. Seiyu and his assistant Mochinaga blew much of their production budget on the detailed takeoff and landing sequences, leaving little time for the central narrative of the film itself and making it somewhat oddly paced. So they're blaming the budget on the pace of the film. Does that sound right? Do I have that right? It sounds like because they blew their production budget on these, I can understand where they're coming from. It's like they spend so much time on this sequence, which is very lavish and everything. You could say that. But it takes up so much portion of the film, it becomes oddly paced. But the way they phrased it there makes it seem like it's the budget's fault that it's a weirdly paced movie. I feel like that's weird. Yeah. What's Shake and Bake? Good to see you, Holy Pig. I'm sick. How are you? I'm fine. I've worked till 5:45, like from 9:45 to 5:45, and now I'm in it. And then we're finishing M. The plane scenes are well animated, so that must be why it sucks. I mean, yeah, kind of, right? And it's like, wait, those are two different things, you know. Bob Sider did a great review of this one. Yeah. But I'm gonna put that in odd choices. I just really don't get the logic there. Blue. I feel like priorities are a little disjointed. The attack on Demon Island begins with a Pacific idyll accompanied by a slide guitar rendition of Aloha Oi, before Momotaro's planes scream out of the sky, panicking groups of sailors seemingly modeled on Popeye and Bluto. Exceeding the achievements of the real-life attackers of Pearl Harbor, Momotaro's squadron lands a bunch of monkey saboteurs who destroy planes on the ground to the tune of Come On, Come On, Lightyear Match. There remains something deeply chilling about the jaunty, joyous songs that accompany shots of fleeing demons, quote-unquote demons, yet also something equally melancholy about the long, tense wait on the carrier for all the planes to come home. Seemingly named in a knowing pastiche of the live-action propaganda film Sea Eagles and supposedly the wartime anime hit of the decade, this film's popularity was largely a foregone conclusion, since attendances were block booked for compulsory school outings. It has often been misleadingly described as a feature, seemingly in recognition that it was a standalone work, although it usually came accompanied by a rousing speech from a Navy officer warm-up man. Although director Seo's later Momotaro's Divine Sea Warriors was a longer and more accomplished film, it is Momotaro's Sea Eagles that was the most widely seen throughout the 1940s Japanese Empire, and hence foggy memories from the wartime generation often confuse one with the other. Released on English-language DVD as Momotaro's Sea Eagles singular, even though there are demonstrably two of them. It's weird then that this is a new entry. They talk about how important, how well known this seems to be the more popular work, and by their description, I think I knew about this one more than I knew about the other Momotaro's Divine Sea Warriors. Both came out in 1940. Well, one was 43 and one was 45. And Divine Sea Warriors is the one that's in the first edition. And this Sea Eagles is at least in the second, if not third edition. So it's weird that it's a new entry. I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna put the quote here just so it's like I'm not just pulling that out of my ass. Okay. This is another new entry. And this one is Lost Media. I'm almost positive this was the one that, like, we only have the OP and we don't have anything else. We literally don't have it. French-Japanese Coco Marchland is a scatterbrained girl with design talent whose playful, dressed-down designs all but ruin a stuffy show by the famous Madame L. However, her innovative attitude impresses Madame Cheryl, the kindly editor of Mode magazine, who takes her under her wing and offers her to help her become a fashion designer. Based on a 72 manga by Smart Son creator Waki Yamato, this rags to better rags tale might at first seem like a strange follow-up to the TV Doga studio Road to Munich, but the tropes and trials of the fashion world have many similarities to those of sports anime, and Monstery Coco sits in the tradition of other girls' stories like Mask of Glass, just with more sewing. Strictly speaking, the bilingual title probably should have been Moncherie Coco with 2 Ks, but we have kept with both the creator's deliberate evocation of Coco Chanel and her hazy grasp of French grammar. In modern times, compared to Paradise Kiss, fashion designer Miyako Kawamura helped out with some of the artwork. Is this not one that nobody can watch? This is based on a manga, so that probably is where they got the information, plus their sources or whatever, but like... almost positive this one is Lost Media. There, I'm gonna Japanese wiki it. If I had one, are you kidding? There's none? Oh, that's weird. I don't even see it like in related searches for anime or whatever. Lost Media Wiki. Partially found. Oh, partially found, so maybe. Did he just mean the OP? Okay. According to Hiroshi Shimosaki, financial problems were the main cause of the series' cancellation. None of the episodes have been made publicly available without even any mirror online, despite its retransmissions up to 1990. Wow. The only still accessible material of the series is an opening, and the articles in newspapers at the time. Yeah, all 13 episodes. And this is the OP. And there's various production material that it was definitely a thing. Wow. Aw, I didn't realize that Sailor Guardian Hope covered it. I knew Marion B did. That's how I know about it. That's really cool that it gets linked over here. But yeah. Okay. Weird they didn't mention that. I guess it's like, you know, whatever, but... yeah, it's Lost Media except for OP. It's interesting it's only 13, making it one of the shortest TV anime ever at the time. Yeah. I believe it's one of 2 shows that was never released on physical media because of some licensing issues. Somehow got to peep Lost Media for the encyclopedia. There's an entry in this, Annalise, of an anime in the first edition that never got made. And then it was removed. It's the only removed entry in the encyclopedia. Because it was in the first edition, never got made, and it was removed from the 3rd edition. Because it just didn't exist. If it's confirmed lost, like certain shows that got lost in archive fire, I'm not sure if it's confirmed lost or just unreleased. It seems unreleased. Because they had it since the 90s. They had it on rebroadcasting since the 90s, which is really interesting. I should say 1990s, so not 90s. So if it's lost, how did the book watch it? They didn't, Holy Pig. You expect them to watch all this stuff? Nah. But you see, it's interesting, definitely knowing they didn't watch it, especially now that we know for sure that it's Lost Media, unless they watched it in Japan on a re-airing or something. that they're definitely going off by the manga, which I would imagine most people do when they're trying to describe the show and what it's about and everything. But it is interesting that they're just kind of like, oh yeah, it's in the tradition of other stories like Mask of Glass, with more sewing. But they definitely, like, let me see if hold on. I imagine the manga is available, but I don't know for sure. Don't think so. So you have Baka updates. There are 3 volumes. It's a reprint. There is a reprint. Completely scanlated? No. Group scanlating? There are none. I don't even know if the raws are out. I don't know if you can search katakana on here. No. No. I don't think so. That's a shame. That's a shame. Oh, right. I think Pink Lady Monogatari is the one where they had rights issues because that features some real personalities in it. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's just... Also, I didn't put their... I think they expressed an opinion about Sea Eagles. Yeah, I'm going to put positive. Yeah. Dismissive on this one. I'm not putting Mask of Glass. I'm putting Glass Mask. Yeah. Okay. Monkey. They actually show restraint on Monkey Turn here, because this is a powerboat racing type show. And they don't boil it down to some sports anime bullshit. They actually just go, based on a manga by da-da-da, and this is the name of the second season. They don't say anything. It is possible for them to not say a damn thing. I'm going to say good one on that one, just so I have a note for that. Like, you definitely don't need to have your snide commentary on these other racing shit when here's an article you have in the 3rd edition that like doesn't make a stink about it. See, that's interesting. I like these little tidbits here where the 2004 manga differs from the anime version, both in some details of plot and character, including an entirely new character who does not appear in the manga, and in the boys' love themes, which are far more prominent in the anime. Wikipedia suggests that there might have been some drama with either the director or producer. Oh, okay. Did the book sell well? This seems to be very early 2000s idea, but nowadays seems outdated. It's in libraries, and it was profitable, obviously, enough to do a second edition in 2006 and a third edition in 2015. A third edition in 2015. It wouldn't have been profitable otherwise. It wouldn't have made sense to do a updated, revised edition otherwise. So I'd say successful enough. And I do know that I've been seeing some people throughout me talking about this. I've overheard and heard that, like, you can definitely find this in colleges, in schools, in libraries, because obviously it's an anime encyclopedia. Like, no brainer. So, and this has been used as like a very reliable source of information for a long time. And it might arguably be why there's certain myths about anime, because they're in here, and we don't know where they got them. They just kind of list a handful of sources that are just like a very widespread thing. But you're right, it's outdated, and that's partly why I'm interested in it, because I find it an interesting relic. Relic, relic is what I come back to, because it's the thing that's like very clearly dated, but dated in a way that is interesting and makes me curious about it. You know? Maybe artifact is kinder to say. Okay. This one I'll read out loud. A medicine seller in old Japan has skills beyond his patient's expectations. Having already witnessed a demon cat stalking a family for revenge and emerged alive, he finds himself in many strange situations, facing unnatural spirits that have lingered too long in the human world and have been lured to or forced to vengeance by human folly. He carries a magic sword to dispatch them, but before he can do that, he must use his intelligence to learn their shape, their true purpose, and their reasoning. Only then can he destroy them. Stylistically related to the same team's Bakeneko segment of Ayakashi Samurai Horror Tales, this is one of the most beautiful anime of the decade. I remember reading their article about this, I think. It's certainly up there, yeah. Its stylish design and breathtaking execution putting it on a level with rarities like The Sensualist. The use of traditional motifs such as framing shoji screens alongside strongly textured papers and watercolor styling is dazzling, and the color range is warmly seductive, giving the show the aura of ancient Japanese scroll painting alongside an Art Deco feel for sinuous line and strong shapes. The digital animation techniques serve the art and story well, keeping the action flowing without intruding onto the audience's consciousness. Despite the sensuality of line and color that wouldn't feel out of place in 1001 Nights, the characters and situations have enough historical credibility to keep us anchored in Edo, spirits notwithstanding. The shock people feel at seeing a mere tradesman wearing a sword, and human vanity and frailty that would be at home in a film by Akira Kurosawa. The writing from a stellar team including one of Japan's best sci-fi screenwriters is another exotically beautiful hybrid, blending murder and mystery with supernatural and historical elements to produce a bold and stylish work that doesn't even try to be like other anime. For intelligent, entertaining writing and visual beauty, this series has few equals. Very, very high praise. I actually enjoyed that article too, because I think it had a lot of nuance, a lot of good thought. I like how they say same team but don't mention Kenji Nakamura by name. Yeah. Yeah, it is discouraging. The more that you point that out, yeah, because they do that quite often. If I looked up same team, you'd probably get a lot of results. Let me look. You get 51 results. And I'm sure you could go through all of those and be like, you could have just given their name, you know. I'm gonna do trends. I'm gonna read this one too. I've already read this one out on stream, but I don't care. I don't care. It's one of my favorites. One of my favorite. Kenzo Tenma, a Japanese brain surgeon working at a top hospital in Germany, is handsome, brilliant, and engaged to a beautiful girl. One night, he faces a terrible decision. A young boy arrives at the hospital after a mysterious shooting, needing surgery shortly after. The mayor's city is also brought in. Sickened by hospital politics, Kenzo insists on saving the boy because he came in first, despite pressure from his boss. He loses the support of his director, his rank at the hospital, and his fiancée. It seems his career is over. Then a series of grisly murders removes the director and the doctors who were promoted over him. Kenzo discovers... Okay, they don't spoil it. Kenzo discovers that the boy he saved was more than he seemed to be, and his life becomes even darker and more dangerous as he follows a trail of murders and political machinations, trying to clear his name and understand why doing the right thing has had such terrible consequences. Based on the manga by creator Naoki Urasawa, with each TV episode corresponding to 2 chapters, this compelling story takes a man who has it all and throws it away, and asks what it takes to make it a monster. A superior anime series that doesn't demand viewers to spend their intelligence in order to be entertained, Monster reunites a number of staff from the earlier Urasawa adaptation, Master Keaton, including composer Hayashima, whose ending theme for the first 33 episodes is sung by David Sylvian, late of British new romantic band Japan. In spring 2005, New Line Cinema licensed the Monster movie rights for a proposed live-action co-production with Shogakukan. Now, although nothing came of this, the torch was passed on to Guillermo del Toro and HBO, who announced their intention in 2013 to turn it into a live-action miniseries. Ripperoonie. At least it's on Netflix now. Monster. Wow, they talk about the artist who sings the ED. Yeah, it's nice. It's good. There you go. Sorry, fellas. Let me respond to something. Just a second. Easy. It's fine. if I were writing about every anime ever, I think I could write a paragraph on the OPEPED singers, since there are usually easy things to say. Yeah. Madcap. Amusingly eccentric. Zany, eccentric, ridiculous, unconventional, weird. They made a Digimon comparison. Hey, it's not Pokemon. It's not. They didn't compare Monster Hunter to Pokemon or anything. But they say they soon qualified for their own game, charming gamers very much as Digimon did, and this Flash animated series was made to promote it. I'm gonna move on. It just says they just say Madcap. It's not a big. It's not substantial. This is from 1972. A Tamago, of course, is an egg. For more egg-based monsters, see Tamagotchi. Yeah. Alright. Oh. Alright. Note that some Japanese sources claim a much higher episode count of 308. Although the Tatsunoko Studio's own records only show 193. It is presumed that many of the Phantom episodes are misfiled repeat broadcasts. That's fair. God, immediately? Immediately! Sub-Pokemon monster hunting antics ensue as a bunch of teenagers somehow acquire and control a number of collectible hybrids and earth creatures. Cybernetic thingies and similar mascot critters. They're very cynical about this. This one's really thick. They run away from the evil strategic tactical operatives for recovery of Monsuno in this Japanese-American co-production that harks back to the good old days of animation made to order for foreign clients. This is in 2012. After peak anime in 2006, Kiba, it seems that everybody and his dog was ready and able to work on this juvenile show, with over 50 animation studios credited for in-betweening work, seemingly tying up every animator from Seoul to Shanghai and back, as well as many Japanese outfits. The Japanese premiere on TV Tokyo came 3 seasons behind the first US broadcast. They really hated this one. Holy shit. Really hated that one. Very judgmental, actually. gonna put that as just like. Look, don't get me wrong. It's easy to be cynical about a Japanese-American co-production that's just kind of a Pokemon thing. But, like, that's just really harsh. Hi. Good to see you, Mia. Juvenile show, wow. Good evening, Veal. Good to see you. Let me just look at the visuals for this. I've never heard of it. Yep. Okay. You know, it ran for 3 seasons. Okay. Let them have their fucking fun. Like, sure, it seems kind of whatever. Okay. Oh, some people, kids would probably really like that. Looks very Ben 10-ish. Not gonna lie. Very anime hand of you. Look at the dude pushing the glasses up. Let's go. Very blue show, I'm not gonna lie. Extremely blue show. I see very little about the monsters, I gotta be honest. Like, I see like a handful of monsters, but it's not like a... How collectible monster is it, right? I mean, probably is, but I don't know. Hey, that's kind of cool. They have different teams and stuff. You know, it's just... This is the sort of stuff, like, you just need to see you have nuance about these things, you know? Not everything is a Pokemon... Like, yeah, certain things are certainly taking after Pokemon because... There's a formula that's appealing to kids, and the kids are that are actually going to watch it, right? And the people are able to make a business and living out of like monetizing it, and not just an art, you know. It's trying to find that balance of art and business. It's just like what Argonbot was mentioning with Tomino, where Tomino has to, you know, have a realistic attitude about having a show that can market toys. And telling a good story. And have good characters in it, you know? Kind of reminds me of Huntic. Or Chaotic. Chaotic, they turn into the creatures, but... This was formative media for someone somewhere. Right! Right! Exactly. Don't want to be... I don't really want to cast judgment on that. And it's just this kind of attitude in the encyclopedia is really discouraging. I think. I'm not trying to... I sound very holier than thou, like, oh, yeah, okay. I don't really think that, like, maybe they probably tried a couple episodes, and so it's easy for me to say or whatever. But, I don't know. I just wouldn't want this attitude. But this is a very, like, very classic, easy attitude to have. Oh, is it like Bakugan with the toys and cards? I'm not sure. See, they're not going to give you that nuance. They're going to give you... They run away... They somehow acquire and control... A bunch of teenagers somehow acquire and control a number of collectible hybrids of earth creatures, cybernetic thingies, and similar mascot critters. They're not going to give you the nuance. The look I get when I tell people I'm an anime hipster and hate shonen. I would love that as a kid. Holy Pig, you're in that... You're in the bell curve. The middle of this bell curve here. You're right in there. A lot of people don't like shonen. I don't know if you ever started with any shonen. I don't know if you ever watched any when you first got into anime and now you don't like it, or what. No judgment at all. But I will tell you, as someone who didn't watch the big three until they were 25, 26, and I literally just watched One Piece and I was like 20, like an older adult. That shit's very good. I highly recommend One Piece. But also, like, you know, that's a lot of anime, actually. And we don't see it as battle shonen to say, like, oh, Dragon Ball. No, but like Ashino Joe is of shonen. And I would strongly recommend you watch Joe. But you can have your, you know, guys sitting. I don't like hentai, so I get the same. You know, I get it. Moon Phase. Let's read this one. A lot of series, a lot of articles I'm just reading now, I guess. Luna Hazuki is a young German girl of Japanese descent, raised as an old-fashioned European lady. She is obsessed with wearing fake cat ears, and although she can be headstrong and selfish, she's basically a nice person who just happens to be a vampire. Whenever it's a vampire in this book, man, they always have it out for blood. Pun intended. Compared to vampire princess Miyu, photographer Kohei Morioka runs into her when out taking pictures on assignment in an old castle in Germany. It's not a total surprise, as he is descended from a line of psychics and has always had a strange talent for including ghosts and supernatural beings in his shots. Desperate to escape the castle, Luna tries to make Kohei her servant by sucking his blood and fails, but he has managed to set her free of the barriers keeping her within the castle. So naturally, she follows him to Japan and moves in with him. Unfortunately, his cousin Seiji is a demon hunter, and another vampire is hot in her trail. Of all the things the world needs, another magical girlfriend story isn't top of the list, but this one at least looks cute in a slightly different way. Hazuki's late mother soon arrives in a reincarnated form of a cat, which then transforms into a flying cat-like creature. Based on a manga by Keitaro Arima, who simply adds gothic Lolita fashions, see also the previous year's Petite Cosette, to the usual cliches of a magical girlfriend story. Urusei Yatsura with extra teeth. This is like the this is the third time in this reading alone. I've read like 10 less. How many articles have I read? In this stream, I've only read like, what, 10? 12? Less? And this is the third time where they're going X with this. I was like, it's not catchy, especially when you do it this many times. Part of the relatively recent gothic Lolita subgenre of anime, based on the fashion fad of the same name, and also found in Petite Cosette and Moon Phase. Wait. I'm reading the article of Moon Phase. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They just were like, hey, go read this other article. The one you just read. I'm not even kidding you. And this is a 2005 article, so this was definitely in the second edition and revised at the third edition. Are you kidding me, guys? That's... okay. Okay. That's really funny. Went a little too overboard that time. Just a little overboard. Boy, how do I... okay. Sheesh. Yeah, I'll give it a mixed opinion. Because that one, there was the like, well, at least it's cute. Boy. No, the more I'm looking at that, that's a dismissive. Because it's like, oh, slightly different way, you know? Ugh. Well, now, they just. How do you word that? You just don't. Uh. I watched Toriko and Chainsaw Man and One Punch Man and Mob, and they are good, but I like anime for philosophy and colors. I mean, Mob's colorful. One Piece is colorful. Philosophy, I mean, you're not going to get too many anime in general like that. But certainly you could get some in shonen. I must ask if you watched Pretty Boy Detective Club. I have not. I am wanting to, though, because I heard it's just Oron. It's very much like Oron. Reference Ouroboros. Just joined, but I'm sure they don't mean extra teeth literally. No, they definitely do, because they call her a vampire. Just happens to be a vampire, and then they say, based on a manga by Keitaro Arima, who simply adds gothic Lolita fashions to the usual cliches of a magical girlfriend story. Urusei Yatsura with extra teeth. They literally mean that, like, oh, she's a vampire. And then, Hayden, I don't know if you saw you were there for this one, but, like, it's the moon phase article, and then the end of the article says, based on the fashion fad of the same name, also found in Petit Cosette and moon phase. The article that this is in, like, as Veal said, reference Ouroboros. Unbelievable. They even trying, dude. Come on. Come on. It's also really funny because they go like part of the subgenre of anime, and then the only ones they can come up with is Petit Cosette and the one they're talking about. I want to believe they mean extra teeth as in the show has more grit, but I haven't seen the show. No, you should look up Moonphase. It's definitely vampire. It's definitely that because she's a vampire and it's a magical girlfriend story. And yeah, Moonphase is like a Shaft show. Director Akiyuki Shimbo! They didn't even fucking mention him. I can't believe Moonphase made Moonphase. Right. For other goals, see the one we just talked. It's definitely a subgenre, guys. Pretty Boy Detective Club is nothing like Oron. Oron? It is something like Oron because it's a club of boys, right? It's like a club of boys with the main girl that joins them, right? And they're very fashionable. You got some vibe. And again, I know I'm being a little hypocritical, right, of like boiling one show down to another, but like, you get the vibe. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's silly and dumb, yet the ideals of the characters are held 100%. And Oron isn't? They don't do that in Oron? Other than the obvious similarities, it's nothing like. Yeah, that's what I only mean. That's all I mean by it. But I'm not trying to boil it down to that thing like, oh, just watch Oron instead or something. I feel like that's what happens with a lot of these comparisons when they're talking, oh, Ursiatra with extra teeth. It gives this implication that, like, you should just watch that instead. Right? But I'm not saying that about Pretty Boy Detective Club. I want to watch it because it's like Oron. Similar to how I might want to watch Moonface because it's like Urusei Yatsura. Right? But I think that's the difference. Please watch it. I wrote a review on it. Hell yeah. Now I'm half expecting them to say that Pokemon is just trying to be the new Pokemon. Oh boy. I still haven't read their article on it. I'm interested. Okay. This is a very long article for what I'm pretty sure is a hentai. How long is this? 5 episodes? Okay. Yeah, they call it an erotic anime. Let me just double check that this is like a hentai. Yeah, produced by Pink Pineapple. They do give it a positive, though. I don't think they spoiled the whole thing, though, because they just try and describe all of it. Just watch blank instead has always been a weird saying to me. Like, what if I already seen the thing and want to watch another thing? I don't want to watch the same thing on repeat until I die because it's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. Yeah. By the way, I apologize, Hayden. At the beginning of the day, I was watching more Sailor Moon and then realized that Trixie was streaming, so I ended up watching Trixie instead. But I did watch like 3 episodes of Sailor Moon. All of them fantastic. All of them I very much enjoyed a lot. I still have episode 41 paused. So maybe if you're still around after I finish streaming and stuff, we can finish it. We can finish season 1, perhaps. Alright, Moonlight. Oh. Mile. This is interesting. I think they gave it a negative. I think they say it's too manly. I guess I think I'm gonna go give it a negative. Yeah. This is a weird quote. Make Star Trek 2009 and X-Men Origins Wolverine look like they've donned schoolgirl outfits and picked up a book of poetry. Those are like the manliest two pieces of media they can come up with. Star Trek 2009 and X-Men Origins Wolverine? Huh? Masculine on a level unseen outside Mad Bull 34. And I don't know, Fist of the North Star? Like, what are you talking about? Finishing, let's go. Yeah, Hugs, we're in it. We're gonna be in it until we're finished, until we're done with them. Last time was 4 hours, so this time might be 4 hours as well. That's fine, I don't mind. My sleep schedule was still king chaos, so I woke up like an hour ago. Boomer saying an anime is too manly, Nani? What does that even mean? Like, huh? I mean, I'm interested in it now. I've never heard of this, so. It's from 2007. 12 episodes? Too manly. Hold on. Just too macho for the intelligent story about man's survival. About man's return to space. Sorry. Fought its way out of this show. Oh my god. Old-fashioned alpha male that makes Star Trek and X-Men Origins Wolverine look like they've donned schoolgirl outfits and picked up a book of poetry. Masculine on a level unseen outside of Mad Bull 34. What are you talking about? They have to be the best combinations I've ever heard. They somehow so little without making any sense. Yeah. That one was wild. That one was a little wacky dacky. Like, who wrote that? I feel like that has to be a guest writer. I hope it's a guest writer. It's like, the pilot scene? Like, I've never heard of the show either. I am now interested in it. Because literally, this is cool. I was really enjoying the synopsis until they got to this part. Because they were saying Two men climb Mount Everest together and see the International Space Station overhead. Goro and Jack vow that their next adventure will be a trek into outer space. Years later, when a new energy source is found on the moon, they have a chance to make that dream come true. By now, Jack is a pilot, and Goro knows all there is to know about heavy construction. Both have acquired quite a reputation, not only for work, but for play. I don't really know for play. Does that mean they just have a bunch of sex? Like, the manga seems kind of cool. I mean, that looks kind of neat. 24 volumes? Holy shit. I'm just gonna... 10-year hiatus. And it just came back December of 2021. Wow. On Pixiv, of all places. Hold on, let me just check out... Let me just suss this out for a second. Okay, yeah, that wouldn't have shown up. Anime? Yeah, this seems fine. This looks okay. I wouldn't have gotten macho man, manly man out of this, like the way they were describing it. I mean, you can kind of see it, but like... I've never heard of this show. It's really interesting. Let me check out the manga. It's probably just going to be nothing but covers, but like... Okay. I don't know. That's just like... Certainly gonna be... I don't know. That's cool. In the top review. Wow. The director storyboarded 2 episodes for Slayers. Okay. I imagine a lot of people are involved in Slayers. Feeling pretty sick, might not comment much. That's okay, full win, man. If it'll give you any condolence or a laugh, one of the best finds we got in this reading so far is for Moon Phase, where they said, part of the relatively recent Gothic Lolita subgenre of anime, based on the fashion fad of the same name, and also found in Petite Cosette and Moon Phase. You know, Moon Phase. The article you just finished reading. They reference, like literally reference Ouroboros. They literally put, oh, check out Moon Phase for other Gothic Lolita things in the article about Moon Phase. Hell of a... that shit was... Oh, man. Insane premise. Yeah, right? Kind of cool. They said they picked up a book because they are in space? It's because this show is so manly that in comparison, Star Trek and X-Men Origins Wolverine picked up a book of poetry. Because those titles are so manly, but this makes them look like wheat wussies or something. As if, like, those are the bars, as if Star Trek 2009 and X-Men Origins Wolverine are the bars for masculinity. For, like, alpha males, masculinity. Huh. I wouldn't have pegged him as that, but okay. They forgot what anime they were reviewing, doesn't surprise me. I feel like they could have mentioned Rosamania instead. Anything else! Anything! They called it a subgenre! And that just makes it look like they're lying. They started reading another thing and said that. Maybe, yeah. Or they copy-pasted accidentally. I don't know. All right, we're moving on. At this rate, guys, we are not getting done until like 5 hours. God damn it! Can't be every single article has something about it. Please, please let me read this and have it be fine. Based on an erotic computer game by Eclair. That's it. Maybe even Mouse Doll. Anybody seen United's Unlimited Steam Hams? Not Unlimited, no. Honestly, can't think of too many shows around that time with that gospel video aesthetic. Sundays Without God? Am I wrong? Gosick? Gosick would have been a good one. Gosick would have been a good pick. I haven't even seen Gosick, and I remember I was like, yeah, the main character that's got the cool Rita. Aside from one-off characters in another series. Yeah. A nameless young girl is walking home. Oh yeah, moral hazard, whatever. That's awful! That's awful! These fucking hentai, dude, I swear to God. Moral hazard. I'll give you a few seconds to pause to read that. Come on! I don't want to know about that! Damn it! I think I used to select most of those. God, this is so hype though. Can't believe we're gonna finish. We're gonna finish M. Hugs. But I'm very encouraged that you're hype. Sunday Without God and Gosick from 2010s. Fuck! I think the article specifically mentioned shows around the time when Moonface came out. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. I just didn't realize Gosick was that late. I figured Sunday Without God was a stretch, but I thought Gosick was like 07. So that's fair. Yasuji Mori! I know that name! Yay! Born in Taiwan, I had no idea. Wow. Mori was quick to voice his concerns about overwork in the modern anime business, coining the term anime syndrome for the combination of overwork, poor diet, exhaustion, and diminished immunities that affects the health of so many animators. His last prominent roles in the anime business were on Noozles and Future Boy Conan. Passed away in 1992. This was the first, I reference him in my Gurren Lagann video. It's the very first animation director. Well, credited as an animation director. First one. Unlimited Steam Hands is an AI-generated show on Twitch where AI makes increasingly weird interpretations. Oh, cool. The moral hazard skit didn't lie with the title. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. Moribito. I'll read this one. I bet they liked it. Warrior woman Balsa's skill with a spear wasn't enough to save the 8 people she held dear. That rhymed. To make amends for her part in their deaths, she has vowed to save 8 lives. She has just one more life to save to fulfill her vow when she rescues a young man from a suspicious accident. Chigum, a prince on the run from his imperial father's attempts to kill him. Balsa must call on the help of her friends to keep them both alive and finally fulfill her vow, while Chigum's old tutor tries to unravel the mystery of why the prince is allegedly so dangerous that his father wants him dead. Production IG puts its considerable artistic talent on display to bring life a beautifully realized and well-designed world peopled by capable, convincingly grown-up characters. Yep, figured as much. I can kind of pin a taste on these guys. Based on a novel by Naoko Uehashi, the stock fantasy plot is intelligently written and the characters beautifully developed. The writing is of a generally high standard, with good pace and balance, and the animation is almost as good as the design, with a few visible shortcuts. Visible shortcuts. That's kind of concerning to me, because it really just, like, what's the problem with having shortcuts? Honestly. If shortcuts are what help you realize their vision and everything. Just building this narrative I have is I really feel like they're kind of against the practice of limited animation almost. The result is a show that looks almost as good as a movie and plays far better than many. Now this guy, Koji Morimoto. Lowly animator on Anaparu for Anaparu on Tomorrow's Joe. He had a segment on Robot Carnival, and of course he directed Magnetic Rose, by which the time he founded Studio 4C with Eiko Tanaka and Yoshiharu Sato. Best known work today is probably his contribution to Animatrix. Okay. Self-insert. I don't really want to say the name of the box out loud, so here you go. Alright. what appears to be an adaptation of a game. Available footage largely presents the action. The author's attention is drawn like them. Koji Morimoto directed Magnetic Rose. Wasn't that Satoshi Kon? Yeah, Kon wrote it. Kon wrote it, but Morimoto. I believe Otomo said that he wanted. I think it was the case that Otomo did want Morimoto to direct it. I don't know if he wanted Kon to direct it or not. At the very least, I remember hearing about memories that like he specifically wanted two directors that hadn't directed anything, or like people who he think would be good directors, and I think he chose Morimoto and Tensai Okamura, and it may have been either Kawajiri or Kon that he had in mind for one of those shorts, but then Tensai Okamura replaced him. I don't remember. Hi Shaves, anything crazy so far? Yeah, there was a couple pretty early on. Probably the craziest, I will say that this is tied for me. In chat, you can add whichever you thought were crazy too. But probably this one, based on the fashion fad of the same, in their Moon Phase article, based on the fashion fad of the same name, and also found in Petite Cosette and Moon Phase. Reference Ouroboros. They literally just put the show that they were talking about as, hey, check this other show out. Anyway, and then the other one, this is very baffling. Old-fashioned alpha male. Describing this series is, it brings back the old-fashioned alpha male that makes Star Trek 2009 and X-Men Origins Wolverine look like they've donned schoolgirl outfits and picked up a book of poetry. Why those two? Why are those the pinnacles of masculinity? Or something. I gotta run, have fun. Before I go, do you remember what the book thought of the Maoka Koko? Let's see. I don't know if that came out by the time the book came out. I just typed in Mahoka Koko and it does not show up. So I think they missed out Irregular and Magic High. I think they missed out on that one. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. And that's even weird. Yeah. Mount Head. Amazingly okay. I didn't know this was nominated for Best Short Animation in 2002 for an Oscar. its thunder was stolen. Its thunder was rather stolen by the success of Spirited Away, which won the Best Animated Feature the same year. Yeah. So it was a 2002 short that was nominated for Best Animated Short. That's pretty cool. But obviously, its thunder was stolen, but it didn't win. It didn't. I would understand if its thunder was stolen if it also won, but everyone only talked about Spirited Away. But like it didn't win. It was nominated. It didn't win. So like, no hard feelings at all. But this was. Wait a minute. Still remember the excitement and fandom when Pom-Poko was almost nominated for an Academy Award. That's surprising to me. What would it have been nominated for? Best Foreign Language Film? Oh, this short's dope. Yeah? I'll check it out. Isn't Star Trek about mostly non-violent resolutions? Yeah. I think they're specifically referring to the James Abrams version. James Abrams? I forget his name. Abrams, 2009. Like the one with Chris Pine in it. Just checking since that's 2014. Bye. It's the same guy who did Aiden Geisha. No shit. I gotta check it out then. Hell yeah. Core likes it a lot too. Oh yeah, cool. But this is a new one to me. When Pom-Poko was almost nominated for an Academy Award, I'm just gonna look that up. Like Pom-Poko Academy Award. It was chosen as the Japanese submission for the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film that year. Wow. That's just surprising. I won't put that here because I was just sus because like it's a 1994 film. It's not like it's not like like what would have been nominated? Like, but yeah. I don't know why they didn't put Best Foreign Language Film. Whatever. But that's cool. They did not. They did it again. Wait, oh no, okay. I was about to be like, they did it again with, the show was remade in 1990 under Kunihiko Ikuhara, who was claimed directed 2 episodes of the original, although he was only 5 years old at the time. I thought they did it twice, and no, it's the same show that I was confused with. It's Moretsu Ataro. Which is, even Wikipedia says it was directed by Junichi Sato. Let me just make sure I put that. Yes, they did. Why did I put that as a new article, though? Wait a minute. Is it... No, so that's one of the odd choices, but then... Oh, yeah, no, it is a new article. It was a new article, and then I think it was because I happened to glance and saw Ikuhara and then read it, and I was like, what the fuck, so... That's what it was. Gotcha. I'm gonna make sure that was, Nah, just keep it in order because of the streams, the stream VODs and everything. Okay. Is there a best animation category? No. It started in 2002. Spirited Away was the first one to win it. So it wouldn't have made sense that Pompoko was best animated film and certainly not best picture. So it makes sense that it was actually sent. It ended up not getting nominated for best foreign language. It's just that every country sends one of their films out to be nominated for that award. That's how it works. And so Japan happened to send Pompoko that year. And it just didn't get nominated. There is one from the 60s and one from the 90s, so maybe this is the new show. That's the new show that they say that Ikuhara directed, but he didn't. It was Sato. We talked about this like a couple streams ago. I looked up the OP and everything. That's kind of rude. That's kind of rude. So I'm familiar with Satoru Akahori only because of these guys, because they've mentioned him before. But I've not really looked too much into him myself. And like the specific titles he's involved with. Okay. So I believe he's a mangaka. Yeah, so he's responsible for the story of Kashimashi. Abenobashi? Mouse, which is the article, which is the one we're on. Marionette J, Baccarat's Hunters. I've heard of some of these. For sure. Master Mesquidon. I believe that's where I heard him from originally, because they talked about Akahori specifically, I think. Okay. And then for anime, yeah, it kind of lists from like oldest to newest here. So Ramune, he was a series composition assistant. And then definitely in that one. Tekken Blade. Scripts for 1 and 5 of Video Girl I. Series comp for Final Fantasies OVA. Original creator, Saber Marionette R. A lot of original creator stuff for various OVAs and stuff in TV. Baccarat's Hunters, Saber Marionette J, Mesquidon, Maze. Monkholy Knights script. I don't know for how much. Original creator for Monkholy Knights movies. Yeah, Abenobashi. Like Deadass Gainax show. Mouse. Akahori, Gedo, and then Kashimashi. It was actually the last show that he was involved with. Still alive to my knowledge, but, you know, kind of stopped after that. And these guys... Let me just... Well, I'll pull it up. I don't care. A short, lightweight piece in every sense, but don't go to the man who gave the world saber marionettes for deep social significance. Sorry, my face is in the way. Are you fucking kidding me, man? I don't even know this dude. I just learned his name and understood. And this book is giving me the first impression, or at least a general impression, if I've only ever heard of him from the book, that this guy's like a hack. And they're just making like you see what I mean? And this is the kind of stuff Bennett does, where the first representation of this certain of whatever anime, there's a number of them. He was the first one to talk about them on YouTube, and therefore had kind of the dominant first sometimes only representation of that show for years. For years. These guys have exactly the same thing. And don't get me wrong, fucking Marionette J and all these other series were out and available in the West by the time these guys talked about it. But the fact that they put a name to him, right, which was their goal for this book, one of the goals is like, oh, the people behind it, they really single him out as like, oh, don't go to this guy for deep social significance. Like, they trash on the Saber Marionette guy, but don't acknowledge Takahata's existence. It's not but, Hayden, it's and. They trash on the Saber Marionette guy, and they don't acknowledge Takahata. Like, what are we doing here? You know? This really sucks. Let me tell you, my only experience with his work, I did the closed captions for Melancholy Nights, which, to be fair, is just the dub and not the sub version or anything. But yeah, fairly fun, like airheaded, like whatever kind of show. And looking at all these different things, like sure, I can see that. But like, dude got a hell of a lot further than a lot of other creators. A lot further. Ben is mostly responsible for getting many titles unfairly dunked on for years for very petty reasons. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put that in odd choices. And look, I probably wouldn't have been as hard on it if they said something like, even something, I wouldn't even made a comment like this whatsoever, but if I were to be a little charitable and say anything better, like a better choice would have been for deep social commentary or deep themes or anything. But I wouldn't even make that statement because it's still derogatory. It's still like rude, I think. Because what's wrong with making stuff that's just fun? That's just like little goofy and like the synopsis for Mouse, if you guys don't know. Young teacher Sarada Muan has a secret identity. Following centuries of family tradition, he moonlights as a master thief mouse. Since the original manga was written by creator Satoru Akahori and drawn by Hiroshi Itaba, there's another thing. Since the original manga was written by Satoru Akahori and drawn by Hiroshi Itaba, he is assisted by, the main character, is assisted by 3 nubile and scantily dressed young ladies who abuse him and teach by day and wear revealing costumes by night, willingly submitting to and encouraging his lecherous advances. Like, they literally include in the synopsis that, oh, because this guy wrote it, that's why it's like this. And, you know, they're probably not wrong. But it's the connotation and the way they're saying that is so frustrating, annoying, not helpful. What is helpful, what would be helpful in this, is saying that just like, you know, the same creator is also responsible for Saber Marionettes and for this other, and it's fine to like reference these other shows. I know we've been clowning on them for these weird, extrapolating, SEOing this stuff and constantly having these other titles in their mouths, but like, I certainly enjoy knowing who directed or wrote something in order to know what else they did. Tomino, Dazaki, Miyazaki, like, tons. That's just the basics of navigating through any medium. If you like this one thing, they happen to do this other thing. I'm not knocking that practice completely. It's just how you do it. And the way they're doing this here, of just completely shitting on this guy, or just not even just shitting on him, really. They're not being very frank. They're being very coy, I think, with the way that they're wording this, but I'm an adult. I know what this is doing to you, like psychologically, as you're reading this. It's manipulative. Mouse is having its 20th anniversary soon too, I think. People hate fun, I swear. It's definitely a kind of stupid fun that's not going to be for everyone, but it's unfair to label it like that. And I'm sure Akahori would feel the same way. I'm sure he would feel the same way, that it's like, yeah, it's not for everybody, and it's like, it's just fun. Like, that's all it is. And it's funny to them, and maybe it's not funny to the encyclopedists. Sure. I'm not saying you have to like this stuff, but do you have to, like, if this is my first, I've never heard of Mouse. I literally had never heard of this anime before. There could be a cultural, social gap here. If the authors are older, come from 90s print media from the UK. Yeah. I 100% know it's because of that. Of course, that's certainly a factor. I don't know if that really excuses them. Because this isn't just like... This is one of my major points about doing this project, right? And what I'm realizing is this is not them. This is not an outlier opinion, or a lot of these mistakes and weird things that they're doing is something the anime community does all the time. All the time. It's an elitist mentality. You remember earlier when I said, oh, Moribito, I bet they like this one? They're elitists. And this is exactly what elitists do. And there's a toxicity to that. I certainly would have turned my nose up at this thing a couple years ago when I was right there with them. I completely own about being an elitist for years. I think I've talked about it in some videos. I've just kind of like erased the cynic, how Dazaki kind of erased the cynic in me. I remember finishing Ashino Joe and feeling like I had been genuinely moved and stirred. I had seen LGH as kind of like that pinnacle of like elitist whatever, but like I love the humility and the modesty to that show. But Joe was really the one that put it as like, okay, yeah, I don't know, it just beat it out of me. I really felt it leaving my body, and I you know, I can still act that way, and sometimes I'm not perfect, but like it really felt like I changed. I mean, he made it so obviously he knows what it is and what it's about. Can't believe people still deny SMJ is peak, deny Saber Marionette J is peak character design. Yeah, Perry, good to see you. Half the time, they seem to hate things for reasons they don't even describe well. Yeah, because they're just kind of making a base judgment because they can't watch everything, which I'm not expecting for them to watch everything, but like, have a modicum of respect, you know. I say again in the same Dazaki, in the Memories of Dazaki video, like right after, or right like in the same breath of me saying that it's beat the cynic out of me, I tell them that not everything's going to be for me, but I swear to always treat this medium with the respect it deserves. It's not easy making this stuff. No artistic endeavor is. And look, you can say you don't like the thing if it's your view as a critic or reviewer or whatever. If that's your job, then it's your job to like be honest. It takes bravery to do that. Gene Siskel, I think, has a really good point about that, where it's like people think it's easy to do what we do, but sometimes you have to go against the grain and say what you really feel, and that's their job. And so I'm not knocking critics or anything like that, but they're making an encyclopedia here. Let's not get it twisted. I'm not reading the anime book of reviews, book of my reviews or whatever. If I want reviews, I'll read a review that is explicitly a review, and not like, here's this show, here's what this is all about. You know what I mean? But even critics should have the tact to have a modicum of respect, I think. I hate that elitist mentality. All it does is hurt creativity and make people uncomfortable. I sometimes wonder if elitists even like the things they are elitist about. Never been there, doesn't seem fun. As a former elitist, I feel that. When you made segment about getting into Naruto, it felt really relevant because former elitist hugs wouldn't be able to like Naruto, but now I can. Yeah! I don't think elitist shapes would have even checked it out. It was out of the question. I wouldn't even bothered. Probably like these guys. They probably wouldn't even bothered watching Naruto. Maybe a couple episodes, but like, you know? But yeah. That's it. I'm happy you brought that up. I doubt they do. They're always so annoyed with things they can't possibly get much enjoyment out of anything. They do! We just read several very glowing reviews of Monster, Mononoke, Moribito. They like stuff. Elitists like stuff. But I have seen at least one elitist. And, you know, I can see this happening. Where, being an elitist is very narrow. You don't really enjoy a lot. You don't get... When you do, you really like it. And then they're not devoid of not enjoying things and appreciating some things. These guys have been very charitable sometimes. You know? I will never say that they've not been charitable to some shows. But others they do not have patience for. And to me, it's like... Yeah, that's a demanding thing to, like... have an opinion. But then don't have an opinion about something you haven't watched. Don't have an opinion about something you don't feel like that strong for. If people ask your opinion, sure, but why bring it up? There's plenty of articles that were perfectly fine, and I learned plenty about them without you giving your opinion about it. I don't know if people took the right lessons from Siskel and Ebert about strength to reject common opinions versus deliberate contrarianism. Yeah, that's fair, Annaliso. That is fair. It's funny how elitists will say Moe killed anime or whatever when they consume one type of show. And if the industry were to follow that route, then it would alienate everyone else. Therefore crash the industry because it's not getting any money or sponsorships. They only like prestigious stuff. Yeah. If every show is technolized, then that becomes the norm, and the cycle of complaining about stuff not being original begins again. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Although I don't want to make them say that they I mean, they kind of are. I don't know. I don't know what they'd say about Technolize. I don't want to look. I'll save that for tea. Sorry. You don't go to the man who gave the world Saber Marionette Saber Marionettes for deep social significance. All that to say, rude. Rude. Oh, this is weirdly relevant because I'm coming back from 16 article talk about Square devs being apprehensive about JRPGs being used derogatorily. Yeah? That's interesting. I'm intrigued. Because I do agree. I think there's something to be said about, like, the damage. I know it's silly. It's just a fucking video about a video game review. Right? Like, what damage could it actually cause? I don't know, just grief. Just like annoyance. Clearly it's not something people enjoy. Maybe some people enjoy it. Oh, I got plenty of positive comments about one blah 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 blah. But like Donkey's videos on a genre he clearly never likes, very rarely likes, and yet he makes videos about them anyway. Alienating and like pissing off a whole swath of people. Like, I don't really think he's in the, like, you know, you think about like any review, any critic, Anthony Fantano, your movie sucks, any of these guys, you know, it's obviously the magazine. There are some publications that have an entire staff that, you know, you can assign people to different games and cover a wide variety. But if it's you, if it's Donkey, if it's YMS, if it's Fantano, you are one person. You have to be selective of what you choose to cover. You can't possibly review all this stuff that comes out, especially music. Video games? Probably not. And it's fine to have some reviews in some places, but then, if you're being selective and you seem to be going out of your way to be playing and shitting on a game you don't like, it's annoying, right? Publications, they have plenty of people that can get... Here's the thing. Positive for Anime News Network, I really appreciated that, they have episode reviews for seasonal anime. And very few people have, what I walk in on. A lot, Lou. It's good to see you. I don't you've rarely been in chat. It's been a lot. It's a lot. But I just finished my point about reviews. Fantano, not Fantano. Sorry, Anime News Network. When the seasonal, thing came out, multiple reviewers review the same show, the first premiere of these things. Onimai, of course, multiple people didn't like it. There was one that did. Kim Morrissey, Frog-kun. And they gave that review, they gave that show, Onimai, to review for the website to Kim, who actually enjoyed it and would probably take something out of it and appreciate it. That was great. That was a very good choice. Kim is very thoughtful. I really like her writing and stuff like, you know what I mean? It's great. That was a great choice. I really feel like bias, sure. I don't care. Everything's biased. When you're writing a fucking review, you're biased. Sorry. And I would rather, again, I've said this in the Naruto video, I would rather things be positive, a good faith analysis, than a bad faith analysis. They're not giving the show a fucking chance. Or have something over the head over the whole time of like, by the way, it's, just constantly reminding the reader that this show's bad, actually. I read a lot. Sorry, the chat's pretty active. We switched to another object of complaints. It'd be less not original, but back to too edgy pretentious. It did have massive market changes. It did convince Capcom to turn to Devil May Cry back then, and here it circles back. I didn't know people use JRPG derogatorily. Hate clicks get that sweet search engine optimization revenue. It was all over the 7th gen back when Xbox actually had some clout. Unless the anime is really problematic, I rarely get upset over anime like leads do. What can I know? Videos have influence, so it's up to the creator to dictate how they want to shape the landscape, and some people just want to do a bit of trolling. Yeah, been ages. Just sucks when people don't get the joke and the joke becomes the genuine consensus. Thanks, Frog. I appreciate they gave Onimai the one who enjoyed it. Frog-kun good. JRPGs one just love around 7th gen. Yeah. And also, Lou, this thing about mouse, and I'll move on now with the article I've been on. I've been live reading the encyclopedia now. Not all of them out loud, but I'm discovering these anomalies and stuff as I'm reading and as I'm streaming. And we're trying to finish M tonight. We're already close to 2 hours and definitely nowhere close to finishing M. So it's going to be a little while. But Mouse, it had this particular line that I was pretty upset by. It's directed by... It was the original creators, this guy, Satoru Akahori, who's the original creator behind Kashimashi and Abenabashi and Melancholy Nights, Maze, Master Mosquito, Maze, a lot of these different random types of titles and stuff. He's been working throughout the 90s and 2000s. And then they end this review of Mouse with a short, lightweight piece in every sense, but you don't go to the man who gave the world saber marionettes for deep social significance. And I just felt that was very rude. I just thought that shouldn't be how you talk about creators like this, especially when it's your first impression. I've never heard of Mouse. Akahori was not really on my radar. I knew about his works, but I didn't really know it was all the same guy. And just talking about responsibility of these platforms, of these individuals, that when it's something new, when it's something that people may have never heard of, you might be the first time someone's talked about it. Yeah. So yeah. I feel this. I'd rather a review from someone who, actually feels some investment in the product, if that makes sense. Yeah. Rather than someone who forced... Could you imagine watching a fucking review of Dawn Brothers or Kamen Rider from someone who had never fucking watched any and is just pointing out like, well, and they're just like complaining about shit. It's like, shut up, shut the fuck up, right? At Linkara, I think I saw that clip of going around, a little not really that viral, but I commented on it where it was like a out of context clip of Linkara talking about Kamen Rider Fourze, and he watched 4 episodes, and he's like, the suits are bulkier in this show, so there isn't as interesting choreography in Kamen Rider as there is Sentai. And I'm like, yeah. Huh? Yeah. Also, I know as much cultural homogeny as Gramsci. Best to have Godspeed. Yeah. Well, we've been at it for over close to 2 years now. In September, it'll be 2 years. We're over a year. We're like a year and a quarter. I come to me to wine to like it these times more to find reason to hate things. You've said that before, man. Yeah. No, you're right. Best to have reviews made by the kind of person that would like whatever they're reviewing. Yep. I mean, you should have some form of community coverage ethics, but the problem is there's tons of fiction options. Yeah. You just say, look, I had an aneurysm. Yeah, I'd have an aneurysm. Yeah. Please, whenever a writer fan groans in an Ultraman review, why are the fights so slow, so bad? Oh, I know. And, you know, you can't judge people when, like, it's their first time watching something, but it's not their job. If it's their job and they're, like, you know, monetize Patreon reward, or like being paid to write this book, for example, right? That's when it starts to get even worse. Like, casual people can have their, like, you know, throw popcorn at it. I don't understand, and that's fine. Keep it to themselves. But then, like, when you have a platform, when you have an audience, careful. Yeah, bye. I gotta actually pick up a full Ultraman show. I agree, I should too. I really like Shin Ultraman. Bro, how's it been almost 2 years already? It's it'll be 2 years in September. So kind of away from now. But I like to think it's 2 years because September 2021 is when I started this. So now that it's March 2023, it's like, I think it's kind of a natural result of them making a book like this. They're essentially forcing themselves into writing about shows they realistically know they won't like or care about, and probably won't watch otherwise. Yeah, so like, then why make reviews? I actually wouldn't mind if they did put reviews in, but only for shows that they like. Only for shows like, this one's good. Definitely watch this one. And then don't say a fucking thing if they think anything else. I would much rather that. And I'm not trying to echo chamber la 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 la, like, sure. That's why I'm not trying to reject reviews and critics completely. But again, this is not supposed to be a book of critics and of my review. If it was like a book of Siskel's reviews or a book of Ebert's reviews or whatever, that's one thing, and I shouldn't be I obviously shouldn't complain about that. But this is a fucking encyclopedia. I did not expect going into with these. I've not been judging them. I've been trying very hard not to judge them on their actual opinions and being like their taste or whatever. I'm more judging on the practice in the particular wording that I think is harmful or annoying or whatever. You're all man-children for still watching cartoons, but NES games are totally not children's toys, guys. We're not insecure, we swear. Wow. Because they've gotten more writers? That's the thing. They do. They have some guest articles in here. But we don't know which. Definitely if it's their job, but also the issue just generally the US has a fan culture built into hate watching and bad faith. Yeah. That's again what I'm thinking. I feel like a lot of this is coming from. Where like this is representative of the anime community as a whole. You overestimate how much ANN and Kotaku pays even before the sponsorship backlist. Oh, I know they don't pay much, but they get paid. At all. Everything's ethical under capitalism. Everything is inherently unethical under capitalism. J.K. L. Semi. Story: The Adventures of George. Long title. Let's see what we got. This is what I mean. You can be additive and not give your opinion. It is possible right here. The art and animation styles. So this movie was double billed with Cinnamon the movie. It's a Sanrio movie. The art and animation styles are very different. Cinnamon the movie being softer and flatter, while Mouse Story is rendered in the faux naturalistic manner of a book of fantasy and fairy tales from the 1940s. The characters are rounded, solid, and childlike. Tezuka Pro gets a production cooperation credit. That is a descriptor. That is not a judgment or an opinion. It's completely possible for them to just describe the movie or the anime, which, you know, is a visual thing, and it's so annoying how often I can't picture or know what this show looks like, but sometimes I can because of the way they describe it. Here, I'm able to pretty much get a good idea. Sanrio, okay. Rounded, solid, and child. All right, yeah, I get a better sense of it, right? I get that they can't put a lot of visuals in this book because of image rights. I get that. But, like, that's way more additive than, like, I thought it sucked. Not that I don't think they've never been that blunt, but you know what I mean. Get me on internet, I'd be the guy going 8 out of 10 is good, but it's now God bless the machine Dankuga. Yeah. Just to get a little slight little propaganda in there. That's funny. If they have a negative opinion, I think it would be okay if there was some actual takeaway instead of them just condescendingly dunking on something that doesn't fit into the typical mold. Or something that is fitting into the typical mold, and that's why they hate it. Like a lot of the Pokemon ripoff stuff. And, like, I just want to be wary of... It's okay if there's some actual takeaway, because they definitely will make that argument. Absolutely make that argument. Look, no, it's trying to say this and this other thing, and we're trying to make a point about this and that. But it doesn't take away the way you're saying it, which is usually how I'm taking offense to this stuff, is the way they're saying these things, or just the stuff they're saying sometimes. It sometimes doesn't matter the intention, really. I see your point. I do think that's fair, but yeah. Some of the takes would have been rude, even in a review, especially when complaining about the creators themselves instead of the show. Oh yeah. 7 out of 10, it wasn't enough like Macro Seitai Live. Like, I actually want to know why they dislike something, even if it's a hot take, but just give me a proper reason. Oh yeah. That goes without saying. But, like, I don't even care. It's okay if a critic doesn't give me a reason why. Obviously, it wouldn't be an effective review, but... Constructive criticism is dead, and the corpse is constantly used for harassment. Yeah. What's going on, everyone? It's good to see you, Bob. You know, I've been seeing you live streaming more often, and I love that. And I've been wanting to come in more. I've been wanting to join, but it always comes at a time where I've been doing something else, or I need concentration for XYZ. So I apologize, but I've been meaning to visit you as well. But I appreciate you coming in on my streams occasionally. Really appreciate it. What's going on, everyone? That Jungle Tai Tai video was great. Yeah, yeah. I left a comment from Bob's as well, but yeah, I agree. It's a good video. Moyashimon. I am familiar with this one. I got a little bit to say about this. And Bob, you also came on the tail end of this like massive discussion, which I felt pretty happy about. But come see, come saw. It's all about it basically starts on the article when I said with here it says now reading mouse, like starting from that it got really good. I have to say. Not to tease you, not to tease. I had to whatever. I'm just proud of that moment, okay? I don't really know where they're going with this, but I'll entertain it. Let me read it out loud. There's an obvious demand for TV shows about people over 16. Not everyone abandons the anime completely once they're out of high school. Yeah, that increasingly more so, I've noticed. Maybe I'm weird, but like maybe it's probably just the circles I'm in. But you know what's really encouraging is like Creed 3. There's that really good clip. There's a really good TikTok going around of an interview with Jordan Masters. It's the co-star in Michael B. Jordan's film. So Michael B. Jordan, big anime fan, has said in interviews that there's a lot of anime influence in this movie. I think it's his directorial debut too. And like the first shot, apparently, like one of the first shots is his room as a kid, and as the like Apollo. Yeah, the main character, Creed, his room when he's a kid, and it has like a Naruto poster, a Gundam Lupin the Third is somewhere. Like there's apparently multiple references in just that one room. And he's like, and so there's a really good TikTok of his co-star, I forget his name, I'm so sorry, Masters or something, who's not an anime fan, and he's just very eloquently talking about their picture and like, oh, he showed me this material and this is what these characters were going through. And he didn't say what the show was. And we were like, and it's like, what show could he be talking about? He could be talking about a number of shonen, like battle shonen stuff, like Naruto or something. But he's talking in this very thoughtful way. I love it. It's just really exciting because like those people are adults and they still love anime, and they're really trying to pay respect to it in the work that they make now. It's just so encouraging. Anyway, yes, these audiences want to be taken somewhere that they wouldn't normally go, but their fantasy life has progressed beyond the school uniform. So I think that's kind of a commentary on like the amount of school anime there are, even though we had a very insightful video quite a number of years ago at this point from Pedantic Romantic about why there might be so many high school anime is the fact that the Japanese audience, a lot of them are salarymen, and you know they're in a kind of a routine lifestyle, and they recall, if I'm not mistaken about the thesis of the video, is that like high school was kind of the last period of a lot of Japanese youth's time where they had actual freedom and imagination and kind of a lot of possibilities before they get put in this kind of routine system. Not to generalize the whole culture or anything, but like generally kind of like that. So that's why there's so many of them, because high school actually does represent a form of freedom, but they're kind of saying is like, progress beyond the school uniform, as if it's like a stifling, limited subgenre. When anyone who's watched several school anime know that there's plenty of variety to it. I get that it can get samey, like redundant, sure, but like there's way more variety to it than you would expect. I wish you mentioned how the first dub added some really cringe racist dialogue. Oh yeah, I think about 60s animes. There's a lot of that stuff. That kind of comes with the territory. I see what you mean. That's why I can't watch too many dubs. Damn. Creed will Dempsey roll through Philadelphia. Hell yeah. Sounds awesome. I have to watch it now. B. Jordan's definitely really into anime. I think it was known earlier. It was earlier known. Yes. Tell me he's talking about Kamen Rider. Yeah, sadly not much of a choice. I wish they would make proper subs. A lot of manga have blackface characters. It's hard to criticize it because they're getting it from USA. It's one of those weird things about taking a bad symbol without a bad intentions. Point the finger and it points back. Yeah. Yearn for nostalgia. I mean, it's as if they don't update it comes later, but definitely blaming the sign and not either the history or the show in context. Average high school anime in the old everything is isekai. I know. It is. It is average high school anime the old everything? It probably is, yeah. Anime was getting really awkward in the Cyber 09 manga. Yeah. Yeah. Under its silliness, the cute renderings of bacteria as flights of super deformed plushies, and the joke about stinky substances and fermentation, this is a show about science. Fermentation isn't just God's gift to bakers and boozers. It's a process driven by living things and their reactions to circumstances and resources. Our own life in miniature. The microbe theater segments at the end of each episode are fabulous little showcases for creatures most of us will never see in any other way. That said, there are numerous incidents that may give the weak stomach pause. Few anime can compete with the sight of a character sucking a dead seagull's fermented insides out through its anus, and then talking to you through a smear of animated seagull poo, compared to the similarly odd story of superconductors. That was pretty thoughtful. I thought that was a good one. I appreciate it. I think that was a fair warning to put in, but then ultimately giving it a positive review. That was graphic. Yeah. Yeah. And Bob, I mean, I feel like I'm a little desensitized reading this encyclopedia because they definitely don't shy away from what the majority of these hentai are about. It gets really bad. It gets so bad. You really have to go back to the 2009 adaptation for it to not feel so bad. I grew up in 2001 series on Toonami when I got older and I wanted to check out the manga. Yeah. I imagined you were a Japanese kid growing up watching Devilman Saturday morning show. You go read the Go 99 manga. Alright. Mr. Stain on Junk Alley. Can't wait to read about this one. It might not be a okay, it's not. Okay, I was worried just by the title that it was a hentai. But it's not. Doesn't look like it, at least. Hey! Positive. Interesting that they prefaced that with saying it's for older audiences. Seems like a show about science would be fine for high schoolers. The hentai portions are very informative. Oh, that would make for a good hentai title. That's what I mean. I look at it and I suspect that automatically. It's by the Pope guy, I think. Oh, really? No shit. Masuda. Ryuji Masuda. I thought Pope was the only thing he did, but that's fair. Yeah, that's how I know about the series. That's awesome. I think I'll be interested in that one because that one's actually fairly short. So. It's so weird though that like this is the second time this stream where you've mentioned something about like Mount Head. It was the same guy as Inuyasha, and this one, same guy as Popey. Where like my chat is doing that. Hayden, I think Hayden both times. I'm sorry if the person, I forget who did the first. I think it was Hayden, but both times my chat got me more interested in the show just from a point of reference than this book did. Why didn't and the fact that like they say compared to Tokyo Godfathers, as with Voices of a Distant Star, this CGI animation created by Masuda and designed by his wife demonstrates how technology has enabled. I like that comparison here. Like that's actually fine. Like, oh, how technology has enabled anime to go back to cottage industry roots with individual creators in far greater control. That's a fair point to make. And so I like that they're comparing that to Voices of a Distant Star, sure. But like their whole thing is like connecting it to other series, and then they just don't. They just don't. All they do is try to like connect it to ones you might have actually heard about, like Spirited Away or whatever. Like, I also did a few more things that aren't as well known. Okay, cool. Yeah, God, we can help. Yeah. As Popey. It's just so weird. Miss Pictures. Or MS Pictures, but I like to say Miss Pictures. Ah, Museum Soft. Erotica and pornography. I don't enjoy reading this article. I'm not gonna lie. And not have anything that they're doing, just operating under the MS Pictures umbrella are its flagship anime porn label, Milky, and its sisters, Animan, Bootleg, in all caps, Celeb, CELEB, Hills, with almost full caps, but the I is lowercase, Jam, Mitsu, Pashmina, and Platinum Milky. Milky and Platinum Milky, I see. As well as the erotic DVD player game labels Mints and Virgin Cream. I just don't like reading this, guys. I'm squirming. I don't like this. I don't like it. I don't like it. It also reissues other anime porn studios' back catalogs. Okay. Cherry Lips. Okay. Green Bunny. These titles, man. These names, man. MS Pictures' best known works include Bible Black, Boeen, Anal Sanctuary. And the second and third Inyochu series. Can you imagine? I don't know if I would last. I don't know if I would have lasted in the anime industry when my boss was working in it. When he had to make trailers for this shit. When, like, this was, like, a significant chunk of their licensing and stuff they would work on. Imagine doing fucking chapters for this. Or, like, captions. Fuck. I remember distinctly asking, he was like, are there any titles that you wouldn't be comfortable working on? And I said, I don't know, hentai. And he's like, fair. I don't think we'll do any, but yeah. And there's been some that have been like, you know, like the live action Japanese films that we've been doing lately have a lot of boobies. But I'm not like super Puritan about that. It's just sort of like, when it gets to actually pornography, it's just like, to me. I mean, we also have an emotional connection as a social group rather than this cold pseudo-objective authority. I guess so. To be fair, I can't comment as many shows as you guys. Most of my RL friends have a similar mentality. I feel you're an expert in Famicom games, though. I'm even less qualified since I'm at least mid-zoomer as a seasonal. Any fans of these shows could say a lot more collectively, so if they wanted to have the best book, they would have gotten... Yep. Yeah, they would have. And that is the same sentiment that... what is his name? Deadstock Paradise. If you look up Anime Encyclopedia, Deadstock Paradise, that video actually does reference me. Actually does, like, shout out my Berserk video. I talked about this on stream a while ago, but it's like the only book. It's the only video dedicated to the book so far, and he really just nitpicks. Like, he just kind of references like small, like some articles, but doesn't obviously read all of it, and just kind of dismisses it offhand. I'm at least reading all of it. That's kind of what I like to think is the difference. Part of the reason what motivated me to make this video. Any fans of these shows could care? Yeah. But that's pretty much what he suggests. It's like it's too much for two people. Yeah, these were great vids on that like gimmick. It sounds like a scheduling nightmare. I'm back. Really excited, like the Tsukiyomi self-reference. I just went on a super tirade about mouse. If you go back in the stream and it's when I start says now reading mouse, that whole thing is so good. I feel like we have a very good discussion about it. But it's hard to summarize here. Oh Christ, I remember Milky. Any of the shape react to adult content supercut. Yeah. I only know Milky having a buffer on some of the more infamous titles. I'm not too familiar in hentai studio lore. You know more than I do. You do it I expect us to play with it. You have to get paid to do. Yeah, exactly. There's a difference between schlock titty and smut titty. Yeah. Subtle. Some hentai gets really gross. Overfiend alone was too much for me. I only watched the first two because of the writer. But definitely contextualizes sneaking in it versus we're just going to go full in and we know you're here for it. Yeah. Okay, I'm done with that. Oof. Muchabe. This is from 1971. So a new article for them. Wasn't in the first edition, to my knowledge. This is always a good track. But I know this. But this is the track that I know that the playlist is about to loop. It's like the last one. That's cool. Originally conceived as a standard anime series, the show was broken up into smaller chunks for daily screening when it was discovered that the production was ahead of schedule. With an exclamation point. The rest of the show is clogged with anachronisms. It's not. It's a small opinion, but I'm not. It's not enough to write down. I don't think. Interesting observation to be fair. I wonder what they say about this one. But also, I just realized we're in UN. We got to be close. What's this track called? It sounds like a Valhalla track. It's a playlist of Cold Steel. It's called Theme of Patlabor 2 from Patlabor 2. Sorry, I was delayed on that. But the tunes. This is the last track on this. This is the last track on this. Yeah. Thank you for listening. Hope you enjoyed. Moontoe. This is also a very good track to start the playlist on. Oh, I knew that was Kenji Kawai. Yeah. Ooh. It stings every time. A sub-Escaflowne or Brigadoon fantasy. Hey, the Brigadoon, the Brigadoon opposite of slander, flattery, I guess. Hey, the Brigadoon flattery, I'll take it. Which feels curiously old-fashioned. This also harks back to the remarkable Leda, though without its powerful sexual and emotional tension. That's very dismissive. All they do is just reference better shows that they think are better. Damn, that reminds me, I want to watch Clear and Sweet's Moontoe review. Yeah, it was the first anime KyoAni ever made. Not that they find that worth mentioning. I'm looking for a little weeb this tall Naruto headband. What is that from, Lou? That sounds familiar. I like Escaflowne, but not like that. Yeah, me too. Both Escaflowne and Brigadoon. I love both of those shows. They're my top favorite mecha. But you don't need to bring Moontoe down like that. Did they mention KyoAni at all? Nope. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure no. N-O-P-E. Jordan Peele's Nope. I should... every time I say nope, I should say Jordan Peele's Nope. That's funny. Funny to me. Alright. At all. Oh, it's a Silent Hill reference. Oh, okay. I still need to watch a playthrough of Silent Hill. I think I would lose my nerve. I get spooked at Minecraft and Ocarina of Time. Not as a kid, like in the past few months. In December, our roommates we play Minecraft as like a Christmas thing. We have like our own server, just a little Christmas cozy Minecraft. I get very spooked. I get very tense and like jump scared by Minecraft. Not when I'm watching it, but when I'm playing it. God, it's disturbing. And Ocarina of Time. Obviously, I've played that game since I was in elementary school. But the redeads and likes give me anxiety. I was playing Master Quest, and those motherfuckers put likes in Jabu Jabu's belly. Those motherfuckers. Ugh. Ugh. I still have like flashbacks. Every time I get scared by Ocarina of Time specifically, I remember the like visceral like shake and that went up my body when I was in the Shadow Temple. It wasn't the first time I beat it either, but I just forgot that this is a room where you go into a room and the Gibdo is like right here. There's a Gibdo just right fucking there. You just close the door and it's just right there. It sucks. Yeah, so I am a freaking coward. I am not playing Silent Hill. Although I really like the vibes. I'm attracted to the vibes. So I'll probably watch it. Not the movies, but like a gameplay of it. It sounds like something Akira Yamaoka composed. I mean, the studio would obviously be listed in the credits, but that's definitely notable enough. Yeah. Silent Hill? Jordan Peele, nope. Yeah. To be fair, the Well Dungeon is a super creepy boss. Under the Well, the Dead Hand? Yeah. For some reason, the Dead Hand doesn't get me as bad. For some reason. It's bad, but for some reason it doesn't get me as bad as Gibdo's likes and redeads, specifically. Minecraft jump scare. Oh yeah, when the creeper walks up on you. Or skeletons, or zombies. The only thing that doesn't scare me that's a mob, that's like a villainous mob, are spiders. Spiders I'm okay with because they're docile sometimes. But like Enderman, everything. Everything. I am a piss baby playing that game. As a kid, I told somebody that Minecraft was a scary game and they laughed at me. Oh, I know. FMA03 played a big part of me getting over childhood fears. Gotta replay Metroid Prime. Oh, jeez, Chozo Ghosts. I'm not familiar, but sounds spooky. Yeah, you could see me as a kid who saw the Wind Waker redeads. Yeah, thankfully the Wind Waker redeads also spook me, but like not as much as the Ocarina of Time ones. God. Specifically those, their faces and the texture and the specific way they move, the noise, the specific noise they make, everything. Zembu. They set him on fire. Oh, I know how to beat him. I play the game, but like it sucks. Especially when I wasn't expecting him. I had to play the game on mute when those things walked in. Ugh. Getting grappled. Absolute nightmare. Yeah, it's the worst. Adores Resident game, puts them on. Also me, I don't want to play the piano on my Mario 64. Yeah, that's a nasty one. I didn't play that one either. Never really owned a 64. I actually played Ocarina of Time on the copy that I'm playing right now, GameCube. I found it in a plastic baggie. It's the whole story. Whew. Anyway, Murakami, Jimmy. Oh, not precious Jimmy. Teruaki. Jimmy T. Murakami. Oh my God. His family were sent to an internment camp in Oregon. He was an animator on the American series Gerald McBoing Boing. He worked briefly at Toei. returning to America and co-funding the animation studio Murakami Wolf with Fred Wolf. Later moving to Ireland, he worked with Roger Corman as an executive producer on the live-action Battle Beyond the Stars before founding another animation studio, Quateru, working chiefly in the European market. His most recognizable works are arguably the two cartoons he made based on the works of cartoonist Raymond Briggs, Diane Jackson's Christmas classic, The Snowman. Oh, yeah! For which he was supervisor, and the nuclear satire When the Wind Blows, which he directed himself. I'm not familiar with When the Wind Blows. He subsequently directed the full feature-length cartoon Christmas Carol, the movie, with a career path rivaled only by Tadahito Mochinaga's for sheer variety. Murakami does not technically qualify for inclusion in an encyclopedia of Japanese animation. We include him here in anticipation of questions arising from his name. They're not questions. They're not questions. It's delight. I have a cousin named Jimmy. So. I think my mom actually thought Link was being during those parts. I learned something new that day. Yeah. Definitely an old internet interpretation. Too many yeah. I was never scared of the piano Link putting on the Zora mask on the other hand. Yeah. Zembu activated the Symphogear brain in me because God help me, I've been marathoning it. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta get around to Symphogear. Is it complete? Blue? Is it complete? Is it a full story? The way might they bait it for more seasons? I mean, we know what Bad Touch was as a kid, just not how far it went. Yeah. Oliver Door's Mask is pretty horror themed. Yeah, thankfully it did. Honestly, it didn't scare me as much. Ocarina of Time was the bigger spook for me. As a whole, yeah. But that was nice. That wasn't really a good explanation for why they included him, but I like that they included him. It is complete. Wow, really? That's awesome to hear. Yasuji Murata. Oh, I think I said this before, but Bob may have talked about this guy with why is the giraffe's neck so long? And Animal Olympics is his most famous work. Paper-like anime, paper-cut animation. Retired soon after World War II due to illness. It's too bad. Plenty of things in Earthbound games also had me shook. Yeah. It's good to hear about the Blu-rays. Felt scary but not dangerous. Yeah. Nice healthy amount of spook. Yeah. Okay. Murder? Accidentally switches souls with bounty hunter Felice? Sheesh. You got me interested in the actual show, and then you sucked my interest away. You were literally This is so frustrating. I think I've heard the name Murder Princess, but the premise actually made me interested. On the run after the murder of her father in a bloody coup, Princess Alita accidentally switches souls with bounty hunter Felice, known for her ferocity as the Murder Princess. Alita persuades Felice to act the princess, foil the coup, and reclaim the throne, while she acts as her maid. And as the pair get to know each other, a bond forms between them that has nothing to do with status. This is a good idea, and if it had been backed by a single other idea, good or middling, that wasn't recycled from some other show, it might have made a really enjoyable anime. Note to producers, saying it's fantasy is not sufficient justification for inserting robots into a feudal scenario, nor is this is technology left from the old world. If there was enough technology left from the old world to be repaired and kept running, people would be reproducing it. They literally fucking CinemaSins this shit. Are you kidding me? I'll put it as a, now interested in anyway. Anyone that school child here who showed off the ending. I think I only knew either cousins or some kids at the after-school childhood who showed off the ending. Barely remember it. Heard mixed things about Murder Princess, but I was always pretty excited to watch it. The title alone gets me interested. We're recycled to some other show, bruh. Excuse me, let robots be in there! Fantasy elitist. What the fuck? Hating on destroyed ancient tech as a parable for Babylon's descent. So about 90% of media. I actually really like the action technology trope. Remember, this is back before cliche got to be rebranded as tropes. Me too, Alice. Don't tell them Star Wars recycles most of its plot. They know. Full women, they definitely know. Fictional machines have no place in this equally fictional world. The nerf. I know, like, man. Whatever. Well, shit. Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your recommendation. Well, Seymour, I'm interested in the anime, despite your recommendation. Superintendent Clemency McCarthy. I hope you're ready for an unforgettable luncheon. This track right here is like perfect journey material. Like if you're on the way to a fucking castle or something, whew, you're on a journey, you know? This is from Patlabor 2. They're not on a journey on that one. Wasted OST. I'll give any excuse to hate on Patlabor 2. I'm sorry. I am a natural hate. I am like rare hater. If Patlabor 2 has 100 haters, I am one. If Patlabor 2 has 10 haters, I am one. If Patlabor 2 has 1 hater, I am the only one. If Patlabor 2 has no haters, I will not exist. I don't know if that's how the copy pasta goes, but yeah. I don't hate the movie. I actually think it's a great movie. I just don't think it's a good Pat Labor movie. If you know what I mean. I had the same thing thrown in my face. Connor, so C-Dog VA was doing the RV thing, and I tuned into one of the VODs. They were driving, and I think it met Mike or so, I forget his name. I'm so sorry, but like one of his companions has his channel, Premiere 2. He seems pretty fun, really chill, upbeat guy, fun, energetic. He just goes and says that like Breath of the Wild more like Breath of the Boring, and we're like, oh, no, dude, oh, and then he says it's a good game, it's not a good Zelda game, which isn't even right. It's not even right because it's literally trying to be Zelda 1. It's literally more of a Zelda game than most of the other Zelda games. Like, you can't say that. That's not allowed. You can't say that. No, but like Pat Labor 2, I'm just obviously, as someone who loved this, actually ties into my my best girl analysis. If you're familiar with the Hinata section in my Naruto video, right? Of course I don't like Pat Labor 2. They do Noah Izumi so bad in that movie. She's not the protagonist, and then she's like, I don't like Pat Labors now. Of course I don't like the movie. What are you talking about? Of course the movie's trash. No, it's not trash. But like, what is this? That's okay. It's good to see RC Filmworks. I was just thinking about how this book definitely has the TV tropes problem. Yeah. Oh, I think they were OGs. 2001 was TV tropes around back then. Hi. That's what a lot of these articles feel like. Yeah, I'm sure I'll like it for women above unlimited steamed hams. Oh, it's an Albany OVA. What is that from? You're so good at these. You're running circles on me on these references tonight. Oh, okay, the steamed hams thing. No, I'm sorry. I just got it because I just saw it. Yes. Yeah. I thought you said we were watching Unlimited Blade Works. Yeah. TV Turtles only good as a trivia site, nothing more. Robots in this type of fantasy at this time of year localize entirely within your story. Did Oshi swirly you? You know what? He did me dirty on Beautiful Dreamer as well, because I also have that opinion about that movie. I've had the script. I've had both of these scripts for years. And I was like, maybe I won't make these videos because people like these movies. And I don't need to be a downer. I need to find a way to communicate this opinion while being constructive and being like to prove a point about something. You know, I don't want to just like take shots at these movies that are beloved for no reason. Like a certain other book. Anyway. Salute. 3D Zelda games, I just wish the big dungeons were more oomph. Sure. I get that. Especially as, Twilight Princess is probably my favorite Zelda still. And I do like the routine of a Zelda formula of Ocarina of Time and Link to the Past and all that because it's compartmentalized. I can just take a break from, like, it's easy to pace out in my head. Because I'm like, I can do a dungeon and then turn the game off and walk away for a week. And then come back and be like, what's, the next chapter? I like that. I really like that in Zelda games. Or like, I'm here at this stage, I think it's nice. Breath of the Wild, though, fuck, that's a good game. Especially as someone who loves Zelda 1. I love Zelda 1. Probably my third favorite Zelda game. It literally goes to Twilight Princess, Breath of the Wild, Zelda 1. Everyone knows about Zelda game Skyward Sword. Okay. That's cute. Sure. That's really that's cool. Good for you. Literally starts open world like the old game. Just go. Damn, imagine assassinating your wife whose entire appeal couldn't be me. I know! Literally couldn't be me either. I don't know what you're doing. Breath of the Wild is an amazing open world game. It's lacking the Zelda department. I don't like Zelda 1 and 2, so your battle doesn't sway me. I don't care. It should sway you. Fuck you. I'm sorry. Takaishi has the same opinion as you. Yeah. Look, I mean, she doesn't have to be a narc about it of her own creation. But like, because I mean, that prevents her subsequent works from getting any experimentation with them. You know, obviously she didn't want that happening with her subsequent works, but then it's like, you know, that could have been cool. Could have done some cool stuff with that stuff. I don't know. Maybe there's the same, and you know, with Rama or something, but whatever. Segmentation really helps. Mass is my favorite in terms of presentation. Twilight is one of my best Zelda gameplay. Yeah, gameplay is 100%. That's why I like Twilight Princess the most, probably. It's vibes and the swordplay. Struggle getting into the Breath of the Wild, and I knew what it did. It wasn't my jam, and I was not a huge Zelda guy. Yeah, it was just like, oh man, it was just so up my alley. It was so up my fucking alley, dude. Most of the Famicom games I like are usually the ones people rarely talk about. And before anyone says Minish Cap, yeah. Oracle, Oracle Ages, yeah. Musashi, sorry. You know, this the whole time been talking about other stuff. No wonder this is gonna take us 4 hours. How many more articles do we have left? Oh God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Please stop. No. 20. No. 21. No. 22. 23. Oh my God. I thought if it was going to go over 25, I would have lost it. I would have lost it because it's nearly 12. It's been nearly 3 hours. We're not even halfway fucking through, guys. I'm sorry. I have to not read chat. I'll read. I say I'm not going to read chat, and then I'm going to read chat. I'm just so happy and grateful and lucky to have everyone here. I just love, I love stream, dude. But it's so unproductive doing this shit. I will, and also it's like I can't be too late because then I can't talk as loud, right? People got to go to bed. It's 9 o'clock for me. Dude, this is yabai. Should do one of those ramp videos where it's 10 minutes and you combo different unrelated hot takes at max energy. Yeah, that's the skill. That's skillful, Victor. I can't guarantee that. I like the best depth of swordplay. It's sadly wasted because it has to be Nintendo playable for audience. It's not complex enough. Whatever. I don't want it to be complex. I'm a baby. Please don't give me complex. This is such comfy listening. I gotta be here more often. Thank you, Lou. And I got plenty of VODs. All this energy, very similar VODs. Got it all in a playlist. But I get the live factor is the best part. I get that. I'm trying to do it like Tuesdays, Fridays is kind of my vibe in the evening, around this time. It was great seeing. It was great having you. You've been great. I gotta say, this stream is really helping me cope with being sick. Thank you. That's really encouraging to hear. Thank you. I'm hoping you feel better. We went back to it, not the whole physics-based ones. Gamate. Has M been the longest section? For stream, yeah. Good God. And it probably is the longest for letters. I haven't looked. S is gonna be the monster. S is the fucking monster. Wiimote was supposed to be the Wii Motion Plus levels in advance. They changed it when they realized it would increase the price of the console by $100. Oh wow. Yeah, fair. Musashi. God, they have a lot to say about this one. God damn it. Fascinating train wreck of a series is based on a manga by Monkey Punch. And they're gonna spill a bunch of ink about it. Watch. Not watch, like I can see it. They wrote quite a fair chunk about it. It is infamous in fandom for truly appalling animation and poor production quality overall. That's right, I have heard about this one. I have heard about the infamy of this one. Many of the backgrounds are uncropped and retouched photographs. The dubbing crew laughed at the mere notion of lip sync, and even if they hadn't, the audio usually comes in too late to give them any chance to making it work. There are rumors of persons unknown absconding with the animation budget and making it necessary to run the show on a frayed shoestring. 4 recap episodes were also made, which displays little faith in either the audience's ability to recall 6 episodes or the director's ability to keep things coherent. 3 of them were then not screened until after the show had finished airing, while the recap of episodes 1 through 9 was aired between 11 and 12. And the only way you can currently own the whole show is by buying the 2008 French DVD set from Kaze Animation. Somewhere inside this show, there are a ton of wonderful ideas fighting to get into your head. This truly awful anime is an order of magnitude better in terms of story and ambition than dozens of tediously competent shows available now from a harem supplier near you. It crashes and burns because it refuses to stop trying to fly, even when everything is against it. Surprisingly nuanced take at the end there. I really appreciated that. I'm going to give that a good one. I kind of wish they didn't, really dwell on how, the awfulness of the show or whatever, because it kind of buys into that narrative. It's playing into that narrative of it. But I really thought that ending was really insightful. Underdog. I'm always rooting for this stuff. And I would probably have a similar take. I don't necessarily appreciate the slander of, throwing these other tediously competent shows available from a harem supplier near you. That shade was not good. But the rest of that was fair. And I was like, that's nice. S is usually the longest when it comes to media. S is going to take a full year. No, it won't. At least it will take 1 goddamn month. Not if I have anything to say about it. I have it all planned out. Just turn on the M upside down to W for Wumbo. Yeah, heck yeah, Musashi Gundo. Jeez, they're so mean. Picasso. Musashi's disliked even by Monkey Punch himself. Opening is literally hell noise. Unexpected good take. I think the singer is having a mental breakdown while composing. Just couldn't help themselves. Tediously competent? Yeah. I'm like, huh? Huh? Okay. That was nice. Yeah, but I am going to put tediously competent. What do they mean by that? I'm going to give that a mixed. Then harem anime. I'm just gonna say it. Competent isn't really a derogatory. They should have elaborated at least. That's the thing. I don't know if it really is trying to be a. I don't know what they're trying to say, to be honest with you. All right. feel like I've read this article before. It's an Oshi it's an Oshi script. Nishikubo directs it. I'm just gonna put with you know, another of their self-referential things. That makes me interested because like he actually just provides the voice as the narrator for this fucking film. That's really interesting. I'd say that was also a good one. It's just like a very long article and ruminates on the whole thing. It's like a historical fiction piece. Oshi writes it. Especially now that we know that one of the authors actually voices the narrator of this movie. Pretty interesting. They're trying to be passive-aggressive, hold the passive. Hey, Shape, since you like Zelda 1, you should look into Golden Axe Warrior on the Master System. Yeah, maybe. That'd be cool. I think you read that in a past stream. I remember being good. Yeah. Mushi production. See, it's not because I didn't count these as the number of ones left. That's all I said. Very, very short. Mushishi. I know they like this one because they mentioned it in another article. that time when they actually made a good, thoughtful comparison. Like, it's worth comparing here for this and this reason. Oh, right. I remember reading this. In other words, a pseudoscientific gloss on everyday ghost stories. That's all they say about it. I know it's positive, but like, it doesn't sound like that because it fucking. Yeah, it was Moke. Hold on. I'm just gonna look that up. What they say. I think they both implied that both were good. Mushishi takes a very different approach to the same topic, both stylistically and in story terms, but both shows are interesting and rewarding, making comparison worthwhile. Let me just look up Mushishi and other mentions of it. And see, there's only 10 mentions in the entire encyclopedia. There's that one, there's that one. There's those 3, which are in the article itself. You may wish to compare with iCity as well as Mushishi. That's referring to Mushiuta, which I'm not even at yet. The series packs a powerful emotional... This is referring to Natsume's Book of Friends. The series packs an emotional punch without descending into mawkishness. In this, it's very like Mushishi. So that's another positive thing with Mushishi. And this one about Requiem from the Darkness. Where is it? Where is it? Responsible for wrongdoing to justice compared to Mushishi. Alright, that's all. And then T, in the anime Tactics, they say, goes ghost busting by night in the manner of Mushishi. So it is positive, but then they say, like, all they say in the article itself is, in other words, a pseudo-scientific gloss on everyday ghost stories. It just feels dismissive, doesn't it? What the fuck? I'm going to put dismissive in the article itself because obviously this is what people are going to flip to. They're not going to know that you actually like Mushishi based on the article in Moke. Then people don't even know what that is, but people will flip through and like, I like Mushishi, let's look what they say about Mushishi. They call it what? Moke, right? No, it's in positive. Moke. Story. Lovely BG's attack. R of hypo. Yeah. Interesting. I remember they called it interesting. Sorry, hold on. Interesting and rewarding elsewhere, but not in the article itself. Yeah, but it could be different writers. It honestly could be. My reviewer in Christ, show Mushishi more respect. Just remember there's a Japan-only SNES remake of Zelda 1 that's fan translated. Oh yeah. Mushishi has so much more to it than that. I know, right? Like, come on. Did I read the whole thing? No, not really. Ginkgo is a wandering expert in Mushi, the most basic life forms in the universe, representing primal energy. Their manifestations often appear to the uninitiated to be supernatural in the form of hauntings, or unexplained phenomena. In other words, a pseudoscientific gloss on everyday ghost stories based on the manga by Yuki Urishibara, which began in Comic Afternoon in 2000. A live-action movie adaptation directed by Katsuhiro Otomo was released in 2006. A fitting job for the man whose own term for primal energy was Akira. This was followed in 2014 by an anime TV special, Mushishi Special Chapter, and in a second series, Mushishi Zokusho. You could have put Moke in here, but you know what's interesting? Trend. The three pieces are gonna click them together. Interesting. Fam, blackjack comparisons are right there. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good comparison. But you see, they like that one. They like blackjack. No, I'm sorry. They like this one too. It's just like, I don't know what happened. All right, Mushi Uta. Literally TMNT. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles have acquired crystals that allow them to become super turtles. Alright. But it was like a Japan-only thing for a while. Qualifying it as anime. See, this is another good example of this, actually. An old man remembers the time 60 years earlier when he huddled with his mother, Yuko, in the family's air raid shelter, while American B-29 bombers flew overhead, based on a story by Akiyuki Nosaka, better known for Grave of the Fireflies. So I wonder, I'm going to check right now, does Grave of the Fireflies have a reference to my air raid shelter? Based on a semi-autobiographical novel by Akiyuki Nosaka, who lost his own sister to malnutrition during the war. Nope. They do connect it to Kayako's diary, which is fair, that's good. Much imitated in anime about World War II, most notably in Rail of the Star and Raining Fire. Barefoot Gen. My Neighbor Totoro, because it was a double bill. 2005. The year also saw Glass Rabbit and a remake of Kayoko's Diary. Oh, good. See, also My Air Raid Shelter. Okay, cool. They just kind of stick it in at the end. The very end of the article says, "See also My Air Raid Shelter." Oh, the OVA with Devil Shredder. And they all get great Saint Seiya armor. Yeah. Oh, Saint Seiya is huge everywhere, but not here. Thanks, Deke. Don't know if Deke was the reason. I can kind of understand why. Because, like, it's this weird cross-pollination that works in a broad sense everywhere else. But America specifically, I don't know what it is, but the precise way that it tried to cross-appeal, having both, like, cool action guys stuff with, like, very pretty boy designs, it just uniquely didn't work for us. Yeah, the dub. No, I certainly didn't. But Deke didn't stop Sailor Moon from getting popular. There's more Toei was late to the party. Yeah, 100%. 100% is that. They gotta get their little YouTube annotations type stuff in there. Yeah, every article, without fail. This is such a weird way of putting it. The anime, Tahiko Kimura's 2002 manga ran for 8 years in Square Enix's Shonen Gangan magazine. The anime kept going for a full 6 months on TV by dint of a constant barrage of cheerful, if not very original, humor, and by borrowing from romantic comedies including Hare plus Gu and Urusei Yatsura. Like, why call it ran for 6 months? It's 26 episodes. Yeah, as other shows that are 26 episodes do, they do run for 6 months. You know, it's just a weird way to put it. Not enough to put it on here, but yeah, just saying. Hey King, it's good to see you, P. Toei makes the worst decisions when licensing their series. Hariku was a rom-com? Was it news to you? I haven't seen it, so I don't know. Please, Toei, just like Conrad and I get smothered in the back end of Amazon Prime. People thinking Seiya was a ripoff of Ronin Warriors didn't help. Yeah, true. My life as a teenage robot, a story of my life as a teenage robot life. It's not as wholesome as Teenage Robot. I regret making this comparison. Weird. Okay. Definitely hentai, but yeah. Anyway. Neighbor. Tamageta. My life as a teenager went hard. Yeah. That is so uniquely poorly worded. I understand what they're saying. I'm not confused, but it makes me second guess. It's Yasushi is an average Japanese boy who gains a series of weird new playmates when his new neighbors turn out to be Mr. Gyoten, a time traveler from the future, Gyoten's son, Tamageta, and the family pet Pochi, the dinosaur. Whenever Tamageta switches on the time machine, trouble inevitably ensues in the style of the help offered by Doraemon. Trouble inevitably ensues in the style of the help offered by Doraemon. I don't know. What really does the work on that sentence is in the style of. But the first time I read that, I was just like, just Doraemon is in the show too, or what? I don't know. The way it's phrased. Quite often, the playmates are forced to undo the other problems created by Yashushi's would-be girlfriend. Wow. It was ultimately animated wholly in-house. It had sat on the shelf for almost 5 years before its broadcast. Wow. Maybe like a certain other Netflix anime that's about to come out. No, I'm sure that's not the case. This is not quite an everyday anime. That's cute. That's good. That's positive, and that's actually some good KyoAni acknowledgement. What is it? Yeah. Wait, it's Nichijou. I'm a fucking idiot. These fuckers with their motherfucking with their motherfucking localizations. God damn it. It's just Nichijou. I haven't seen Nichijou yet either, so I didn't recognize it. High school friends Mio and Yuki live in a small town with some very strange neighbors. Despite the implications of the title, this is not quite an everyday anime. There's the professor, a 5-year-old genius who has created a robot mother and just can't stop modifying it. There's Sakamoto the talking cat. There's goat riding and voodoo. There's their crazy standoffish friend Mai. All in all, there's plenty in small town life to keep our heroines entertained through their ordinary days. Wacky anime centered around stereotypically cute schoolgirls is not unusual, but not all such shows are animated with the devotion that Kyoto Animation brings to this one. Character movements, camera angles, expressions, background fades. I don't really know what they mean by background fades. Every trick to keep things moving is used to turn Keiichi Arawi's manga into a living thing of light and beauty. Come on, man. Have you read that description and not seen Nichijou? I didn't realize. What set me off to it? It was because, you know what it was? Because I was like, oh, actual KyoAni representation. My Ordinary Life. I have not heard of that one. And then I was like, wait a minute. That's not fucking funny. You're not funny, Anime Encyclopedia. Enough of your potion seller. Enough of your games. I wish I could put the eye roll emoji on the text. Fucking hell, man. Jenny made me think for have a thing for robot girls. I'm sure the fanfics will even out the unwholesomeness. This is the crappy adult reboot. Not as wholesome as teenage robot. Well, neither does that show up for certain artists. Get the whole of I mean, yeah. Fuck. You know what? You know the one thing. You know the one slightly amusing thing that using My Ordinary Life in the encyclopedia. You know what? You know what really kind of makes it worth it. It means that it's right next to. It's right next to that one. You have no idea how much I've been able to fucking avoid any discussion or talk about this fucking. Ugh. Are you guys laughing at my joke or something else? Sorry, Philin, man. It was. I think they were laughing at my realization that that My Ordinary Life is supposed to be Nichijou. I don't know if there's a single release that calls it My Ordinary Life. I don't think so either. On like the side, like the very tiny print on like the right or something. No way. Hey, I don't know if I can run a poll in the chat or something. Engage my audience. Oh, let's start a poll. Oh, I never mind. I was about to put something else and then yeah, okay. I can't believe this is my first poll. This is hilarious. I don't even know how long this lasts. Why God doesn't talk? You know, Isilu, he never did. He comes to us, but he figured something out. Anime Encyclic, go to the polls. Fire Emblem engage the audience. I'm positive I'm positive there's going to be nothing interesting about this article. It's just going to be flaccidly describing it, and then that's it. There's no way that they buy into the infamy of this fucking title. There is no way. There's no way. I refuse to believe that. Can I just end poll? Do I just... 11 votes? This is a realization that 11 people... I appreciate all 11 of you are sticking with me with this. I'm actually not even sure. It could be funny. It could just be gross. Yeah. It looks like we're gonna read it out loud. Okay. My Pico. Pico Onedari is a lonely pre-teenager who loves to swim, often in the nude. One summer, hoping to make some new friends, he works part-time in his grandfather's beachside bar, Bibi, and meets office worker Tamotsu. Grandfather practically pushes him into Tamotsu's arms, and Tamotsu seduces him and persuades him to cross-dress as a girl. Described by the producers as the first Shotokan anime, Shotokan being the male equivalent of Lolicon, a passion for young girls, this series... For Lolicon, okay, Shotokan is a passion for young girls. This series is also a carefully targeted niche marketing product, which has spun off a short manga, a computer game, and a music video compilation CD. It was never intended as a one-shot. In 2007, the same team produced Pico and Chico, which don't describe the other one! Come on! Why do they have a modicum more things to say about this fucking title, dude? No! In which Pico meets a younger boy who loves to play out of doors naked. Chico has been watching his older sister masturbate and is curious about sex. Pico helps him to find out more, and the pair spy on Big Sister and make use of her collection of sex toys and fetish outfits. This second episode was also edited into a format more suitable for boy-loving under 18s. As Pico, my Little Summer Story. They didn't describe that one. Okay, thank you. For 2008's... No! Stop! It's a whole fucking paragraph about this one now! Pico x Coco x Chico, aka Pico Series 3, once again from the same team. The series introduces a mysterious girl who lives in a room off the subway, deep beneath Tokyo. Soon Pico is questioning both his own sexuality and his feelings for Chico, but as the girl's true origins emerge, they are soon engaged in a cross-dressing threesome. It seems that Coco is a city fairy, this is all their quotations, who has a magical relationship with Tokyo. So it's entirely appropriate that after a rift in their relationship, three meet again at Tokyo Tower, scene of dramatic meetings in so many anime, including Cowboy Bebop and Ray Earth. They did not just SEO. They did not just do that. They did not just SEO. Hey, fucking, you just read our fucking Boku no Pico article. Scene of dramatic meetings in so many anime. Scene of dramatic meetings in so many anime. Of all the titles, Cowboy Bebop and Ray Earth. Just it's not even it's not even on the nose, because if they were trying to do like the most popular fucking ones, they do Bebop and something else, but they throw in Ray Earth is the real curveball here, because why Ray Earth? Of all things. Any of them as all things. How? Why? How? Are you fucking kidding me? Can I just end the stream there? Fuck. The fucking last track of the fucking thing's playing. I'm not trying. I am sort of hyped. I am sort of over dramatized, but I am genuinely stunned. I am genuinely stunned. Oh my god. Can we just move on? Do I have to write something? What do you write? Why do they go into that much detail? Why do they have to describe both sequel OVAs? This is more detail than they put in so much other fucking shit. Can you imagine if I didn't read this out loud? I'm sure I would have had the same response, but like, come on, dude. Oh my god. End the poll there. Alright. The poll done, guys. What a memorable... Poll complete. Yeah. Mushiji, 2 paragraphs. Lou, I'm actually tracking stuff like this. So, I won't pull it up. That's the whole thing. But, like, I was keeping track of how long some articles are compared to others. But it is... So this is... Like, I didn't see any of this coming. Because this was all I saw when I was doing the poll and I saw it coming. I was like, oh, this is the next one. And I saw this, and I'm like, oh, I should do a poll or whatever. And then I just scroll, and they have that much more to say about it. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm pretty sure they, like, if you like... Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Where's My Ordinary Life? Okay. This is how much they said about Nichijou. That's how much they say about Boku no Pico. It's more. Like... It's stunning. I can't believe it. I gotta read chat. Oh my god. Same writers out No Zero and Future Diary. I mean, yeah. Love how they say more to say about this than any of Dasaki's anime. Ugh. They have more to say about Blackjack. It would be the king of comedy. It would actually be Pico, if this was one of their long articles. But at least under my... Let me see how many lines it is, actually. Okay, the max... okay, let me see how many lines this is. It is one line short of being a long article. One line. It was that close. It was probably 2 words away. I'm not doing word count because I can't. It's impossible for me to gauge word count on this because I can't highlight and like copy whatever. Or like physically count the words. That's stupid. But like, it's literally one line away from my qualifications of what's considered a long article. I can't believe that. Obsessiveness to constantly disassociate from pornography, totally to prove how clean they are. Honestly, this article isn't even bad. Yeah, famous last words. And with like, this article isn't even bad. Bebop and Rare. Yeah. That wasn't as bad as I thought. Leave the C also out of this one. So much like Son Goku from Dragon Ball. Stop, Lou. Never see someone compare this to Bebop. Ugh. Okay. There's at least a reason for Rayearth is the Tokyo Tower. In which case, they should have just put Cardcaptor Sakura. Would you rather that? Would you rather they compare it to Cardcaptor Sakura? I'd be certain they were trolling. Even if they don't really meet per se, because they don't know each other and greet each other to know the world. They really wanted you to know how they actually watch those. They have to cover the entire franchise. Or they don't. Or they could just say there was 2 other ones. Mushishi. Literally Mushishi. And so many other articles. They do not elaborate. It's only it's often the hentai. I'm not surprised that they summarized the other 2. Because they've done that for other installments, for other hentai. And for other OVAs. But it just so happened, all the stars align and you can't beat that. You can't beat that. Honorary long article. No, it actually, yeah. Or compared to Review Starlight. Right. I'm sure the Review Starlight fans would greatly appreciate that. I cannot believe that. I have to put that in the honorary. There are some that I'm putting in honorary long article of just like, oh, this one was shy. This was more like, this one was close. $39. By the way, I did count. Mushishi was 11 lines. Boku no Pico was 39 lines. Mushishi's 11. You know how many Gurren Lagann has? 36. 3 less. 3 less. Boku no Pico's a longer article than Gurren Lagann. Anyway. Odds on Helen having written that one? Probably. It's a hentai, but like can't say for sure. Unless they give credit. Unless they say, "Oh yeah, I wrote that one." Like Helen takes credit for Clanad, but yeah. I don't know if any of you checked out that podcast I linked last time about them talking about the encyclopedia. That's when she mentions it, and she's like, "Yeah, they know it's controversial, but they're proud of it, I guess." And I'm like, I mean, one of them is explicitly sexual and the other isn't. Yeah, but have you seen the teacher-student thing? Yeah. That's mostly in the manga, I thought. Man, even with fancy words and PhDs, degenerate weebs are still degenerate weebs. Yeah. Whew. Well, at least they didn't give their opinion about it. Man. I have to write the entire, not the entire paragraph, but like Maybe it's an encouraging message to say all the anime is connected. Just a... It's on my list. Teacher student things nowhere near comparable. Still creepy. Neither the manga. Well, was that anime? I could do without it for sure, but nothing as bad as making up for me. Oh, okay. We have the sweatshirt off and we're in it. Okay, we're moving on. My place. Do you see why this book takes me forever, by the way? Articles like that can knock me on my ass and just, like, eat 15, 20 minutes. And then there's other ones that have absolutely nothing. That's like, okay, neat. Very harmless, fine. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Because it depicts disability very tastefully, apparently. So few honest representations of disability in any medium, and realistic disabled children are largely airbrushed out of children's entertainment, making this film a rarity worth seeking out. Cool. Alright, so some of you might have a better idea about this than me. I have not seen the show, so, but I hear it's popular, so I'll read it out loud. Out loud. How would you grade the changes for the Western audience? Hey. Okay. Antisocial slacker Hachiman Hachigaya is forced to join his school's service club, which is obligated to solve any problems brought to it. With Hachiman's fellow problem solver, the icy and forthright Yukinoshita. That's kind of fun. I actually didn't realize this about this show, but all of their names are like redundant, like Hachiman Hachigaya, Yukinoshita, Yui Gahama. That's funny. Then more humane assistance from the perky Yui Gahama. The club members ignore the suspiciously contrived coincidence of their alliterative names and get to work bickeringly on a series of tasks of the week. Despite its label as a romantic comedy, this is a show that devotes far more time to character in a fashion that lesser shows like Heneko would have done well to emulate. I guess that's a positive. Okay. That's nice. The author's name is Wataru, by the way. Sick. Also, the cuts are made to make each episode 20 minutes and not necessarily censorship. What else is Wataru done? Well, I'm not expecting them to like this. What was the other show they dunked on? Heneko. Yeah. I'm talking about the Nirvana version. My 3 daughters. This looks cute. It actually seems pretty cute. My wife. I mean, they just call it a knockoff at the end. A late-night anime based on the manga by Hiyoko Kobayashi in Young Jump Weekly, but part of a long tradition in Japanese TV that stretches back to the 1970s show My Wife is 18, whose plot was virtually identical. Note that Japanese TV has a large number of My Wife is a shows, most of which are translations of American sitcoms, including My Wife is a Big Sister and My Wife is a Witch. Bewitched. Bewitched Agnes, aka My Wife is a Magical Girl, ended shortly after this knockoff began. My wife. My wife. My Hime. I know some people have been. I know some guy on Twitter that I follow. Sorry, I forget his name. Waffles? Waffles? Watches a lot of mech. Watched Argento Soma recently. Good show. I've been watching my Hime recently. Mai Toki. So maybe some people are familiar with this one. Mai Tokiha and her younger brother Takumi have won scholarships to attend prestigious Fuka Academy. On the long journey, two girls start a supernatural battle on the ferry, and Mai begins to learn that she has some of the same powers. 13 girls known as Hime, for the highly advanced materializing equipment power they wield, fight monsters and risk the lives of those they love most. Adapted from the manga written by Noboru Kimura with art by Kenetsu Sato, in which high school boy Yuichi Tate discovers that he is the key or essential fighting partner of two Hime, the anime shifts the emphasis away from the boy-girl partnership of the manga into a less demanding fantasy for guys too lazy to read. Virgin Fleet meets Alice Academy. Nice. Very, very nice. Further contempt for their audience, for their fucking readers. I remember finding this as a trend early on, and there wasn't as much of it lately, but alright. Oh, that's not it. So sad they published it a year too early for my wife as a student council president. I think you underestimate how misogynistic some program executives can be. Mahime good. Yeah, Waffles. He's been posting Nanaha. Man, Mahime feels like something that appeared super big in the anime space in the day. At least some TV trope was obsessed with putting into every article. Besides the plan, we'll always release it. The punchline is that every manga adaptation in Mahime is a completely different story. Oh, you know what? I think I was wrong earlier. I just realized I have to do something different, I think. I jumped the gun a little bit. I have to make sure that this is still the case. Hold on. I have to put it in this tab and not the other tab when I'm doing line counting. I gotta be fair. Hold on. Yeah, it's not as long as it looks. It's 25. It's not that long. I apologize. My Pico is not 39 lines, it's 25. I'm still going to put it there as I think it's a good benchmark. But yeah. My apologies. It's because I put it in this monitor and my monitor over here is smaller than that monitor. Than my main monitor. Which I'm pretty sure that was what I was using to count everything. Well, there it is. I was wondering, was like, are they gonna give their opinion on it? Yep. Very scathing at the end there. Like, my series felt like it'd be the big new thing with how many extra series in my fan recollection, but it feels like completely erased from history. You know, before Sunrise made Gios, which overshadowed everything, even their Gundam work was for new weebs. It overshadowed the director show too. I doubt they would have suspected the thing I enjoyed the show for having fun. Okay. Ugh. I just find, you know what I was, you know what's so weird? Typing yourself just now reminded me of Yua Serufu from Do It Yourself. And it's sort of connected to synapses in my brain, because I know they also dislike Moe. I don't know how they would feel about this, about Do It Yourself. I feel like they would be dismissive about it. And I haven't seen My Hime, to be perfectly honest. But, like, I don't know. It's like, just because the show populates itself with girls, is the show actually saying that? Flips the finger at the widely touted truism that anime is intrinsically feminist. Truism? A statement that is obviously true and says nothing new or interesting. Platitude, commonplace, cliche, hackneyed, banal, overworked saying, stock phrase. Flips the finger at the widely touted cliche or platitude, obviously true, that anime is intrinsically feminist, while actually saying that all a female needs is da 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 da. I think My Stuff Your Stuff is the first Dokukobo anime. We actually learned something useful unlike those other shows. No mention of Dokukobo. Virginal teenager Akira Tsubaki experimentally licks some of the drool left behind by napping bad girl Mikoto Ukabe, only to discover that her saliva allows her to transfer emotions, memories, and feelings. It also bonds him to her in a perverted relationship as the pair begin exploring connections with other classmates. Richi Ueshiba's manga in Afternoon Magazine was already pretty weird, repurposing the allegorical teen awakenings of many a story for an older, more knowing audience. Ayumu Watanabe's anime plays up... Ayumu Watanabe, the director, this anime plays up the allegory of the fluidic, hormonal chaos of puberty for all it's worth, with a whole bunch of saliva-swapping encounters that viewers should categorically not try at home. One wonders, however, whether this tale is doomed to disappear into the dead-end sumps of search engines, since almost every teen anime can surely be summarized as Mysterious Girlfriend X. Almost every teen anime can be surely be summarized as Mysterious Girlfriend X. They don't really give any positive or negative statements about it. They just kind of clown on the title a little bit. This is officially the longest stream. This is officially the longest stream of the series so far. Congrats to all of you who are here. It's a lot of the regulars. I really appreciate a lot of you being here and have been here for time and time again. It really means a lot. We're almost done with M, so let's just finish M first. Kind of a weird description, but self-insert thing, but maybe we get a little more of an actual insight into their character, because this is interesting. I haven't read it yet, but words in books matter. Not only because they have transformative powers. That's huge. That is really huge, because I feel like I've been saying in this whole series, and especially during that mouse article, that words matter. Words do matter. You're right. Your words matter as well as the show's words. Not only because they have transformative powers. Secondly, intelligent, grown-up, with no harem makes a perfectly serviceable leading man. An intelligent grown-up with no harem makes a perfectly serviceable leading man. Thirdly, simple, formulaic stories done with professionalism and commitment can be very entertaining. With the caveat of it being formulaic that only you seem to be hung up on. These guys are so irritated. They're so irritated by cliche, formula, typical. It's sad. There's a lot out there like that. And don't get me wrong, some of it's boring. A lot of it's boring, sure. And it's like their sworn mission, their task that they put upon themselves to archive all of it. But that's the burden you gotta handle and not kind of complain about every chance you get. Every chance they get. Sorry I didn't read the chat. Is the idea that anime is inherently feminist that widespread? It's a medium. The story told in that medium can be feminist or not. The infamous Split Girlfriend show. This book came out in 2015, right? I think that was the year Maru-chan came out, which was the first series that made waves overseas, if I remember correctly. Made waves overseas in what regard? No? Like, the closest you get is Mahou Shoujo and Utena stuff, but I don't think even in that fan scene they think all anime is feminist. I would have expected Plastic Memories to have made more of a first impression than before Maru. Looks like you're almost at the end at least. Glad to be here for this. Thanks for streaming. Yay. Do you think they watch My Hime long enough to know it turns into a Battle Royale Proto-Magic Girl style? I thought they did. Good take. Failed to internalize show's message. Are they using formulaic in a negative sense there? Yeah. I know they are. Just from having read this for so long, they hate it. They literally said earlier, Musashi, that really bomb train wreck infamous show, they liked it more than the tediously competent. Reads more like tried and true to me. Novelty and originality is overprized over here, and it usually just means showing a work they've never seen the original inspirations. Good thing that we now have anime academics like Stevie Swan, whose entire thing is how anime is anime because it's unoriginal. I like that thought, Victor. Can you point me in the direction of more about that? Because I find that very interesting. If there's an article they wrote or something, please let me know. Maru-chan is very popular in the West. Before that, Dokukobo may not have been a very notable studio. Oh, in terms of Dokukobo stuff, yeah. I actually completely didn't realize that Imaru is a Dokukobo show. But you're right, that's probably what helped them blow up a lot. Okay. The mystical laws. It's a Happy Science Theater. Happy Science, yeah. I'm gonna read this little... Let me know what opinion you guys think they have about this movie. The Mystical Laws, however, sits at odds with many of the organization's previous works, being so overtly science-fictional and drawing so obviously on the tropes and transformations of schlock fantasy that it comes across less as a hectoring recruitment drive and more as a winningly bad B-movie. Tathagata Killer, the masked dictator who molests his minions with a whip, is a creation straight out of the nuttier team shows for kids. As is the movie's concluding Deus Ex Machina, in which the whole planet unites in prayer for the hero's victory compared to the similar actions in, say, Summer Wars. They literally just compared fucking... for fuck's sake. Okay. Not opinion, but, spoilers is what I'm looking for. It's all peer. There we go. Not many spoilers in that section, to be honest with you. Or maybe I've not really been paying that much attention. I don't think so, though. Make no mistake, The Mystical Laws is an awful film. But like its stablemate Hermes, it's often so bad it's good. One wonders at its likely power to influence an audience of the lunatic fringe of otaku. If you already believe that your imaginary girlfriend lives in your pillow, then perhaps Happy Science isn't such a huge leap of faith. Dude! Open contempt. Open contempt. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna give it a mixed opinion. I don't care if they call it an awful film. They're like, hey, it's kind of funny. So it's often so bad it's good. They also said earlier, they remain expensively wrought and plainly better funded than many more lauded anime. Like, they're actually devil's advocating the fucking Happy Science movies. Let me read the whole fucking article. I'm not crazy. In yet another anime based on the works of Ryu Okawa, founder of the religious cult Happy Science. Long derided in anime fandom for their ludicrous plotting and hand-waving hokum, the films of Happy Science regularly pop up in the industry like moles on a lawn. They remain expensively wrought, and plainly better funded than many more lauded anime. The staff are usually recognizable names, even to the extent of recurring voice actor Takehito Koyasu, although the script and actual animation company are often anonymous. They get cinema releases not only in Japan, where they have no trouble entering the year's top 10 at the box office, but also abroad, as although the chance to be their local agent is often passed around anime companies like a hot potato. One distributor offered the opportunity to put his company's logo on a Happy Science film in a European territory, infamously said he would only do it if the contract permitted him to run it in front of the screen every 10 minutes with a banner reading, "They really believe this stuff." The Mystical Laws, however, sits at odds with many of the organization's previous works, being so overtly science-fictional and drawing so obviously on the tropes and transformations of schlock fantasy that it comes across less as a hectoring recruitment drive and more as a winningly bad B-movie. Tathaga Killer, the mass director, the movie's Deus Ex Machina, planet unites in prayer for the hero's victory, compare to similar actions in, say, Summer Wars. Make no mistake, The Mystical Laws is an awful film, but like its stablemate Hermes, it's often so bad it's good. One wonders at its likely power to influence an audience of the lunatic fringe of otaku. If you already believe that your imaginary girlfriend lives in your pillow, then perhaps Happy Science isn't such a huge leap of faith. They're devil's advocating Happy Science movies. That's my take on it. They're actually They're actually pretty well animated. Actually, they get actual releases in the United States, and they frequent the top 10 box office in Japan. They're not like your loser favorite anime that didn't do good at the box office. You know, this is actually a winningly bad B movie. So bad it's good. And then it's like, it feels ironic at reading all that and then saying, one wonders at its likely power to influence an audience of the lunatic fringe of otaku. Like, you're enjoying the movie. You're saying that you're enjoying the movie. You're saying it's awful, but like, it's so bad it's good. It's winningly bad B movie. You're obviously enjoying it. And then you're saying like, oh, I wonder if these fringe otaku who like their dakimakuras are gonna fucking. I wonder if they believe this. I bet it will suck those. It'll trick those suckers when you're openly admitting to enjoying the movie yourself. Do you see the irony in that? Am I wrong about this? So I wrote an entire book called Anime's Identity. Oh, okay. I think I got recommended that, but yeah, there's deep cultural, historical origins that compile English genealogy. Is that article about Happy Science movies or just that one? Just this one. Bruh, you're still at it. Yeah, Bob. I insult and generalize random people to feel superior. Aren't I great? The chaos of being in a Happy Science film makes me feel distressed. Yeah. The thing about the licensing is funny. Wow. Sardonic as fuck. Yeah. Like, where do I even start putting it on this fucking list? It's, first of all, it's mixed. I'm calling it mixed. So make no mistake, it's awful, but the article is leaning on all anime fans are weirdos with social issues stereotype. The movie looks pretty cool. It feels like they're praising Happy Science movies just despite the shows they trashed before, kinda. Right, I better get some dinner peace probably. Okay, good seeing you, Lisa. I'm almost done. It's close. Yeah, Bob, I don't know if you're familiar with the Happy Science movies. I feel like you would be. I would imagine you would be. But yeah, it's, they are certainly some of the movies of all time. I'm sure if you watch them in a vacuum, it's sort of like, oh, that's kind of a fun movie. Kind of well animated. It's decent. And then, like, it only becomes worse in context. Of, like, this is supposed to be meant as propaganda. Of, like, this is an actual religion. And this is what they believe. Sort of deal. It's on my plan to watch this, but I don't know anything about it. Yeah. The Norse Mother's Basement has a pretty good video. I think 1 or 2 videos on them. He kind of goes through all of them beat for like story beat by story beat. It's not the most entertaining video, to be honest with you, but it at least gives you something about this particular group of people. If you've seen Mob Psycho, the first season where Ekubo has that cult, they're pretty much based on that. It's pretty much based on that cult. And that's it. We're done. What a hell of a last one to end on. This is what I'm thinking of doing. I'm gonna try it. Basically go through the entire thing, whether it's first or third edition. If it's the first edition, I'm just gonna read, okay, that's the first edition, look at the book. But I'm not gonna do all first and then all third. It just feels longer that way. And we're good. We just passed over 4.5 hours. I wish it was exactly 4.5 because I'm OCD like that. But yeah. Look, I said this in a tweet, and I probably expressed it. I probably expressed this, like, you know, in the last stream and everything. And I try to do it often as I can, but, like, literally I would not be able to do this. I feel like I would lose my mind, and I would feel like there's, you know, those constant moments of, like, am I crazy? Or, like, I get this vibe from it. What do you guys think? And that being able to have the feedback and the consistent feedback, it's not just one guy. I'm so lucky to have that. I'm really blessed. Seriously, thank all of you who tune into these streams. You're the reason this. You're really the reason. It's corny to say, like it's just sort of like a, you know, I gotta do it all my fans, but like no, but like, I genuinely don't know if I would be able to keep doing this, and I probably would have dropped the project at some point if like, no one gives a shit anyway. Right? So it's really important that this was continued, and this you guys come back after like months of me not streaming. Some, you know, and like some of you watch the VODs, if you're watching the VOD now and everything, like I really can't thank you enough. Yeah. I wouldn't have made it through M, at least, you know, especially these live versions. I think we're going to continue doing live purely because of you guys. Purely because this interaction we have is wonderful. And I don't know how much more I can be glowing praise on it. I know I'm looking at the chat when I'm looking, but I'm mostly looking at myself when I'm looking this way. It's because my face is here, and I'm a very vain person. But I need to tell you to your face, if you're listening, you look at it right now. You're looking at it. Thank you. Honestly. We wouldn't have found all of this incredible stuff and I had a great time. It doesn't feel like fucking 4.5 hours. That's crazy. I certainly can't have that much fun when I'm fucking by myself reading this or even, you know, editing my videos and stuff. You know, I hope people like it. And then, one of the YouTube videos, I get the one comment. The fact that I get like multiple comments from you guys, and it's a journey and self-discovery and enjoying it together and everything. It's really, really means a lot. And I'm sorry that this is getting weird. Like, okay, because maybe going on a minute or two of just my gratitude. I, I need to tell you seriously. Um, I'm really excited about this. It's, you know, kind of a funny meme that I'm just still working on this and everything, and I think about that. But I just happened to look at the quotes on the back. 2001. I've obviously looked at them years ago, but I didn't. I just find it interesting to read them when we've gone through this reading. Neil fucking Gaiman says, impressive, exhaustive, labyrinth, and obsessive. The Anime Encyclopedia is an astonishing piece of work. I agree with that completely, actually. Impressive, yeah. Exhaustive, yeah. Labyrinthian, Jesus Christ. And obsessive. As much as the people reading it, too, right? Astonishing piece of work, yeah. Carl Masek. A long overdue reference work for fans and students of Japanese animation that attempts the near impossible. Commentary and brief synopsis on literally thousands of projects. This volume sheds light on obscure titles, cross-references major themes and filmmakers, and it does it all in a breezy, conversational style. The Anime Encyclopedia will be a valuable addition to any anime enthusiast's library. Friedrich L. Schott, the author of Manga, I'm not familiar. This is a vast alternate. There is a vast alternate universe called anime, waiting to be explored. It's entertaining, uplifting, educational, confusing, overwhelming, and a little bit scary. You need a good guidebook. This is it. Hard to say about that last one. You need a good guidebook. I don't disagree. This is it? I think it is in ways that he's not referring to. And Mark Schilling says, promises to do for anime what Hollywell did for films. I'm not familiar with Hollywell. That's interesting. And I'm gonna read the chat. The reason this is probably 4.5 hours is because I keep reading the chat. Oh, that's cool. Certainly a choice to cover cult propaganda in the same manner as regular entertainment. Actors have been blacklisted due to involvement with it. Oh my god. That was something. Congrats. So Japanese Scientology. Yeah, basically. Gotta have something to do while rendering. Feel you. You rock, dude. I gotta bounce. We gotta stump. Yeah, thank you, Lou. Thank you so much for being here. Good seeing you. Hope to see you more. He's probably gone already. Honestly, the streams are perfect timing for me. Okay, Beck, because I still eat and much. Gotta keep our subscribe on bell notify. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. I don't really ask people to do that, and because I keep forgetting. It was such a new thing back when I started, and never really. I hit the notification bell. I never think to. I don't even do it myself. I do it for Creator Corner. It's a Colin and Samir podcast. But otherwise, I'm pretty on top of my subs, so I don't really need to hit the notification bell. These streams are always fun. Do the authors of this book know you're doing this? Probably. I am 1 degree of separation from both of them because my boss is close friends with them. So I had perfect availability to here's the spooky. Actually, there was one. I don't really want to share it. I've been sharing some spooky things of my brief encounters with Helen specifically, with McCarthy. I'm sorry I keep referring to them for first names as if I know them. So that's rude. I apologize. But Helen McCarthy is on Twitter, and we have mutuals, so we've run into each other. She she's seen me around. She's replied to one of my tweets, but she replied with check the anime encyclopedia, and then she deleted her tweet. So like, I think she knows. But I said it at the very beginning. I don't really want to broadcast it to them until the final video's out, and I really give a final statement on it. I have a lot of statements about it, but I really think it's more nuanced than some of the examples we've been going through have led on. These streams are always fun. Yep. Love the streams. I hear every time I can. I literally just got here, but I do like the streams. Thank you, Post Boy. It's good seeing you. You do come here occasionally, and so it's great seeing you. Stream validation's pretty addicting. The stream's pretty good. Was good for my health. Yeah. Just got back from the shower. What up? I'm just showering a compliment, and they had some really, if you rewind it to the mystical laws, one of the last things they covered. Interesting take. Interesting article. Thank you. Yeah. Stream's ending. Oh, cool. We had a fun stream. Neil Gaiman, right? Happy to be here. I really love these streams. Couldn't get into a few minutes ago. But keep it up. Thank you, PhotoGN. It's good seeing you. I always like seeing irregular faces. As much as I love the regular faces. You guys are, again, the reason I keep doing this. But the irregular faces are always a nice surprise. If you want to save Sailor Moon for another day. Oh, yeah, true. If you're still up, I don't care. I should probably actually, yeah, I should probably not. I should probably do it another day. Yeah. It's 10:43 for now, for me, and I surely shouldn't be talking right now. Well, conversation was one way to put it. I'm not sure you had time to check, but I asked you about an early entry last week. Yeah. Sorry, if you can remind me what that was. I won't go off stream until you let me know. Or if I'll rewind, I'll look at the last stream and see what you said. But let me see the rest of the stream. I don't think these guys have read this book cover to cover. I don't know how many people who have. I really don't know anyone else who has. No one who does quote recommends ever does. You could interview them as part of the process. I've thought about it, and I would prefer that I give them my thoughts proper about the book, and then if they want to have a further dialogue about it, I would love that. Because they seem like pretty open people, like willing to have a conversation like that. But I would want to have my actual statement first, because I feel like the actual that would be material in and of itself, kind of separate from what I would say about it. I think you mentioned them once or twice, either being passionate or eccentric. Uh-oh, did she subtweet you? You can interview them in post, but I'm not stalking. I have not stalked her Twitter, so I don't know if she subtweeted or not. I have no idea. But she's never like replied or liked or did anything relating to my streams yet. You can interview them and post it. That would be really interesting. Oh boy. You guys were talking about, since this got to be the poster child of Weeb Guidebook instead of the other actual academic readings. Guess I should change my profile pic at some time in the future just to save Kirika out. Yeah, if you want to go back, that's cool. I read a bit of the encyclopedia because I own it. I don't think I can get through the whole thing now. That's the thing. It's. I don't think it's really meant. I said this pretty early on, I think, but I don't think it's meant to be read entirely. So I might be doing a yeah bye. Perhaps they learn, but then they published the whole book. You gotta expect someone to read all of it. Perhaps they lurk the streams and VODs. Hey, I hope I've been able to conduct myself well. I'm only human. I'm not perfect at all. There's definitely probably instances where it looks pretty bad, or I fucked up. I fucked up earlier, and I tried to correct. I've hopefully corrected it a little bit with Boku no Pico. It's not close to a long article. It's not even close. I thought it was, but I was wrong. I was mistaken. I was using incorrect measurements earlier. So I have amended that. It's only 25 lines. Only 25. It's not a short article, but Encyclopedias rarely do like dictionaries. Yeah. But I'm so sorry. Let me see if I can find out what that last, which one you said, I go to channel, playlists. Today. Wow, it's made. Third edition. In the last one. It's called oh, Sweet Mint. Yes, thank you. Let's see. Magical, Angel, Sweet, Mint. It is listed under S as Sweet Mint. Let me read it out loud. Another magical girl series whose sweet heroine has a cute little bluebird as her magical friend and uses a magical compact, harking back to Himitsu no Ako-chan, that transforms into anything she needs. The compact transforms, though? That's different from Ako-chan. Oh, sorry, a little different. No, it is. That's pretty significant. Because you're thinking of, like, the difference between identity and objects of usefulness. Akko would, if you presented the same problems to both magical girls, they would have to solve them in different ways, and different antics would come up from them trying to solve it, right? That's different. It's the same core mechanic, but it can lead to all sorts of different things. The compact is a gift from Grandmother Herbie. When 12-year-old Mint opens the lid, the design of a crossbow engraved there actually turns into a bow whose arrow is tipped with a crystal heart. When she fires the arrow, the streaks of light from its facets transform her into a magical angel. From the studio that brought you Gigi, Minky Momo, Mint has a similar origin. She is really a princess from the land of magic, sent to Earth to bring happiness to humans, taking up residence in the Happy Shop in the little town of Toll so she can carry out her mission. When it says she is really a princess from the land of magic, is that a spoiler? Let me know if that's a spoiler. I'm not going to write this down. I'm going to read it when S happens. S. The Everest of this fucking encyclopedia, dude. I'd be obscure. I'd be surprised if they had it. I don't take McCarthy or Clemens as the type of people who would lurk long streams. No. That's partly why I'm kind of like, okay. Like, I highly doubt it. They're probably too busy and had their own sphere to care much about the outside world. I'm a little sad I missed like half of M's streams from work. I still wonder what your reactions was. Surely Magical Girl is a genre. Lyrical Hit did come up, yes. But an L. That was an L, actually. But all that's, that's in, you can check that out, or somewhere. Oh, wow, it's a surprise. It isn't. It's in the first episode. Okay, cool. I should trace the lineage of makeup as feminine empowerment via toys and transformation. I think I saw a Google Scholar article just about that. Nice. They're very thorough. They have a lot of very obscure stuff. Yeah, it's usually when they don't have something. You see, I've said this over and over. Sorry for those of you who repeat it, but what's absent, I wasn't going to be scrutinizing them, but I wasn't going to be scrutinizing them on what's absent, but that was before I realized that they just have everything. If they don't have something, it's unusual. It's rare. There's some stuff I obviously get if I found something, but I've not really encountered something that they just are genuinely absent with. The two that I know of is Fate Stay Night, oddly enough, and they only have Fate 0, and Daikon 3 and 4 are very noticeably absent. Which I get. They're trying not to. They said they avoided music videos and stuff, so I think they explicitly say that's why Daikon 3 and 4 do not have an entry. Fair. But like, considering how effing thorough they were everywhere else, and how much hentai they spilled ink over here, it's like, I don't know, weird omission. So, anyway, I think that's it. That's gonna be it for me. I want it to be at about 4 hours 50. So that'll be it. Again, thank you everybody. This was great. Hope you enjoyed that, and we'll hopefully be over on Friday. We're starting N. Yo, peace.